If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the June 14th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady to my left, who's with the county's Development Services Department, who will go over any changes we have to tonight's agenda. Mr. Grady.
Testing. There we go.
Yeah.
Again, good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. We do have a number of changes to the published agenda. The first change is on page 6 of the agenda, item D1, rezoning PD 20-1253. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the August 16th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. The applicant is here to explain the reasons for the continuance request.
All right. Is the applicant here, please? Good evening.
Try again. Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant RKM Development. We are requesting a continuance this evening. We realized late last week that we had an error on our site plan with respect to screening along US 41, and that is a change that by code must be made prior to the site plan deadline, and we were past that deadline, and so therefore we're here this evening requesting a continuance. And we are also hoping to have an opportunity to meet with some of the members of the community who have filed letters of opposition in the last couple of weeks, and they came in sort of in the last 2 weeks, and we wouldn't have had time to meet with them. So we're hoping that we could maybe also utilize this time to meet with them.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there anyone here in the audience or virtually that would like to speak to the continuance only, not the merits of the case, but the continuance only of rezoning PD 20-1253? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Ms. Corbett.
If you could sign in, please. Go ahead, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sam Calco, 18422 Swan Lake Drive, Lutz, Florida, 33549.
And do you have any concerns regarding the continuance request?
No, thank you for the information. Good evening.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Is there anyone else either in the room or virtually that would like to speak to the continuance of agenda item D1?
This is Michelle Parks. I do.
All right. Good evening, Ms. Parks. If you give us your name and address to begin, please.
Michelle Parks, 19330 US Highway 41 North in Lutz. My question regarding the continuance is what the likelihood is of it requiring yet another continuance, as this is about the 5th or 6th continuance. And I just like to get an idea of the likelihood that it will actually be completed and available for the August 16th. And then secondly, to understand how the applicant may anticipate getting in touch with community members so that we can have that conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Grady, can you speak to the time frame that this application is in and when it has to be heard by?
There's provisions in the code that require it to be heard within a 6-month time frame. There was a related comprehensive plan amendment that was associated with this that told that time. That amendment was recently adopted, so that timing will begin again. That makes a provision for being heard within a 6-month time frame. Again, I'd have to check to see what the latest continuance date beyond August 16th. This could continue to, but again, those are the timeframes we've got in the code. So I can't say at this point definitively that it would not continue beyond August 16th. But I think the applicant could probably speak to the issue regarding reaching out to the community and likelihood of needing further continuances.
All right, thank you, Ms. Corbett. If you could approach again. And respond to Ms. Park's question regarding contacting her.
Sure. Kami Corbett again for the record. We intend to utilize the information that has been placed in the record of any names or addresses of individuals who have placed their names into the record. If if someone hasn't done that, they can either contact me directly. Staff has my contact information, we'd be happy to meet with anyone who would like to meet, but we'll be sending out a notice not only to our notice list and the HOAs on our notice list, but also to anyone who has registered an objection into the record as of whenever we hold the meeting. It could be, we probably will be noticing that probably sometime in July, early July. And so whomever has their name in the record as of that date, we will be notifying them.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll continue RZPD 20-1253 to the August 16th, 2021 ZHM hearing at 6 p.m.
The next change on the agenda is on page 5 of the agenda, item B2, rezoning PD 20-1266. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. Madam Hearing Officer, reasons for the staff request continuance is there some additional information regarding design exceptions that need to be included into the record and also incorporated into the staff reports for both the general staff report and the agency comments that need to be done that could not be accommodated as part of this hearing. So that's why staff's requesting the continuance.
All right.
And the applicant has been informed that or not, and they're not objecting. And I believe they're online if you have any questions from them.
All right. Does the applicant have anything they'd like to add to that before? I ask?
No, Ms. Finch, Brian said it correctly, and we're hoping the design exception will be approved in short order. And then as Brian found this afternoon, the transportation department's staff report needs to be updated as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
State your name and address for the record.
Sure, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to the continuance of RZPD 20-1266? Seeing no one, we'll continue RZPD 20-1266 to the July 26, 2021 ZHM hearing at 6 p.m.
The next change is on page 9 of the agenda, item D11, rezoning PD 21-0554. The applicant is requesting a continuance of this item to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing, and I believe they're online virtually to speak to the reasons for the requested continuance.
All right. Is the applicant available?
Yes, ma'am. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Thanks, Brian. Madam Zoning Hearing Master, the reason for this continuance request is that both the initial site plan that we submitted as well as the resubmittal site plan only contemplated a rezoning of a portion of the full foliage zoning lot. And after a lot of back and forth with staff, we decided that we would like to go ahead and rezone the entirety of that folio. And that's not really something we can process through a condition discussed at this evening's hearing. So we'd like a continuance so that we're clear about exactly the right dimensions of the site plan in July.
All right. Thank you. I understand. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to the continuance of RZPD 21-0554? Seeing no one, will continue RZPD 21-0554 to the July 26, 2021 ZHM hearing at 6 p.m.
The next change is on page 4 of the agenda, item A14, major mod 21-0556. This is already on the withdrawal, the published withdrawals and continuance, but it was shown as a staff continuance to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing. It will be actually a continuance to the August 16th, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing.
All right. Is the applicant here or online that would like to add anything to the request? All right. Don't see the applicant. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the continuance, either in person or online? All right. Seeing no one, then we'll continue major modification 21-0556 to the August 16th, 2021 zoning hearing, master hearing at 6 p.m.
And we do have one more change. It's on page 7 of the agenda, item D4, major mod application 21-0169. My understanding, the applicant wants to request a continuance to the August 16th zoning hearing, master hearing, and I believe he can come and speak to the reasons for the request of continuance.
Mr. President.
Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. We received quite a number of comments from the zoning and planning commission staff, and we are just starting to respond to those. We're going to make some significant changes, primarily architecturally to the site, have a chance to respond to those. So we'd like to ask for 60 days in order to try and bring the site at a more comfortable level for the staffs.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the
Mr.
audience?
Pressman,
Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak to the continuance only of major modification 21-0169? It's agenda item D4. Seeing no one, we'll continue major modification 21-0169 to August 16th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
That concludes the changes to the agenda. I'll now go through the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning PD 18-0798. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, major mod application 19-0521. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, major mod application 21-0116. This application has been continued by staff to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, rezoning PD 21-0220. This application has been continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 21-0221. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, rezoning PD 21-0222. This application is continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, major mod application 21-0227. This application has been continued by staff to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, major mod application 21-0310. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, major mod application 21-0316. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, major mod application 21-0417. This application has been continued by staff to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 21-0420. This application has been continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 21-0422. This application is continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, rezoning PD 21-0551. This application is being continued by staff to July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, we'd handled as part of the changes, and that's a continuance by staff to the August 16, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, rezoning PD 21-0557. This application is being continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, rezoning PD 21-0558. This application has been continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, rezoning PD 21-0560. This application is being continued by the applicant to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A18, major mod application 21-0562. This application has been continued by staff to the July 26, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to start by going over tonight's procedures for our hearing. Tonight's agenda consists of agenda items that require a public hearing to be held by a zoning hearing master prior to the final decision, which is made by the Board of County Commissioners. I'll conduct the hearing tonight as the hearing master and will make a recommendation on each application within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. That recommendation is then sent to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision at that public meeting. Our hearing process, our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the direct testimony presented tonight. I'll call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. Irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence will be excluded. Any part of the evidence may be received in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used for the purpose of supplementing or explaining other evidence, but shall not be sufficient in and of itself to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will provide a brief introduction of each agenda item. We'll then turn to the applicant. The applicant has 15 minutes total to make their presentation. Next up is the county's Development Service staff planner that was assigned the case. They will have 5 minutes to explain the county's staff report. We'll then turn to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will also have 5 minutes to explain the application's consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Next up is proponents. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total proponent presentation time is 15 minutes. The same is true when we go to opponents. Anyone who would like to speak against an application. Total time, 15 minutes for everyone. County staff, we go back to county staff then for 5 minutes to address any issues or conditions that were at issue tonight. And then finally, we'll go back to the applicant who has the last say for rebuttal. They have 5 minutes. Regarding that 15 minutes of proponent and opponent time, we will determine if it seems that there are a number of people that want to speak. We will have you raise your hand and we will count heads of how many want to speak in favor or oppose. And we will divide that 15 minutes best we can. The clerk maintains that so that we can keep the hearing moving. If you do want to speak, when you come up to the podium or if you are virtual online, we ask that you start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing and we want to make sure by both visually and the transcript, we know who is speaking into what item. And then when you're finished, if you are in the room personally, if you could see Allison and Robbie over here to my right, they're with the clerk's office. And sign in also with your name and address and the agenda item that you are speaking to, so we make sure we get it right. Let me now turn to the county attorney to explain your legal requirements that govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Cameron Clark, Assistant County Attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is a time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its August 10th, 2021 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on July 6th. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. And finally, applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the hearing master's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the hearing master unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following 4 categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered in tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Also, if you are online, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Grady, we're ready to call the first case.
The first item is agenda item B1. It's rezoning PD 2020-1255. The applicant is New Hope Farms LLC. The request is to rezone from AR to a planned development. This is a remand item, Madam Hearing Officer. The reason this is remanded, there's really been no change to the request or the nature of the request or the specifics of the request. The issue was at the last hearing, unfortunately, there was a technical issue with our online database, and the file associated with this project was inadvertently deleted, and therefore the agency comments were not available at the time of the public hearing. And as part of your recommendation submittal, therefore, in order to ensure the record was complete, it's being remanded to ensure that those agency comments are part of the hearing tonight and going forward. Again, there's been no changes to the request since the last application, and Israel Malasanta will provide a brief overview after you hear from the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? I understand the applicant is online.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. Chris McNeil with McNeil Engineering, 15957 North Florida Avenue, Lutz, Florida. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. There's no, as Mr. Grady mentioned, there's no new evidence to add to the case, or prior testimony is complete, and we're available for any questions should you have them.
I don't have any, as long as the application hasn't changed. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, we'll go to Development Services. Is anything to add, given that this hasn't changed?
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. This is Israel Monsanto Development Services. I will go very briefly on the presentation that was previously presented to you. I guess I have to swap the screen.
Yes, sir.
So the applicant seeks to rezone a parcel zone AR to planned development in order to develop the site with a mobile home park. The site is located on the south side of Richmond Street, 350 feet west of Monica Drive in Gibsonton. Future land use designation is Res 6, and it is 11.7 acres in size. The park is in the will be in the urban service area, and it will connect to county wastewater system. The project would consist of a maximum of 70 spaces, subject to Land Development Code Section 611-110. The applicant has not requested variations from Land Development Code sections, and a type A buffer with a solid fence will be provided along the east, west, and north project boundaries. Proposed PD plan areas, per the proposed PD plan, areas of the site are within the coastal high hazard area, and these will not be developed. And similarly, all required wetland setbacks will not be encroached as stipulated by Land Development Code Section 40107. Zoning districts in the area of the subject site consist of residential, single-family, agricultural, show business, and residential support uses. Most of the zoning districts in the surroundings permits mobile home with existing mobile home park in the vicinity. Proposed mobile home park will be subject to the standards found in the Land Development Code Section 611-110 for setbacks, minimum spaces, the sizes, maximum height, and internal roadways and shelter locations. Number of spaces for the mobile home park will be at the required density per the future land use, and it will provide a park along the Bullfrog Creek available for public access, which will meet the Gibsonton Community Plan livable community elements. No objections were received from other agencies, and no changes were done based on the previous hearing and today's hearing. So I'm available if you have any questions.
I don't, but thank you for your testimony. Planning Commission, if you could please give us a brief summary of your report.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, given that there are no changes from the prior hearing, from a planning commission perspective, there is no additional testimony other than, again, it's within the residential 6 future land use classification in the urban service area. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent as per policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 regarding compatibility. And the request is consistent with the Gibsonton Community Plan. And based on those considerations, we found the request consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of this application, either in the room or online? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to the application? Seeing no one. County staff, anything further?
Nothing further.
Mr. McNeil, you get the last word. Anything else?
No, ma'am. Madam Hearing Master, all set. Thank you.
Actually, I do have one thing, Madam Hearing Officer. Procedurally, this is going to be heard at the July 20th Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. So I want to put it on the record that I do the remand and the natures for the remand. This is going to be heard at the 7/20 BOCC Land Use Meeting. All the other items, except for another item on the agenda, are going to be heard at the August Land Use Meeting, but this won't be heard at this July 20th. Land
Does that affect the filing date?
No.
It doesn't.
Doesn't
Okay.
affect, no.
Perfect. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 20-1255 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda, again, B2 was continued, so the next agenda item is item C1, rezoning standard 21-0576. The applicant is Tri-County Hauling and Demolition LLC. The request is rezoned from AI Agricultural Industrial to M, which is Manufacturing District. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Clifford H. Lopestein, 10827 Alafaya Street, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534. I represent the applicant. And I'd like to thank staff and the Planning Commission for their excellent report, and I have nothing to add. I just wanted to show this graphic here, if I may.
I do see it. Mhm.
And this is our site here.
Speak in the microphone.
Sir, I'm sorry, we are recording this. so we
Okay.
have to speak.
You can see our site is in the middle of a large M zoning node with around 50, 60 properties that go a couple thousand feet east, a couple thousand feet west, at least 1,000 feet south. And we're kind of like in the middle of all these contiguously M zone properties, which is also within a larger LI future land use category. And everyone found it consistent. And I think the staff is correct. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services, please.
Good evening. Isis Brown, Hillsborough County Development Services. The property associated with case 21-0576 has a future land use designation of light intensive. The future land use designation permits consideration of residential densities up to maximum density of 1 per dwelling unit per acre, and non-residential intensities of up to a maximum FAR of 0.75. The subject site is surrounded by light intensity to the east, west, south, and suburban mixed use 6, Res 4, Res 6 to the north. The subject rezoning parcel is located at 5508 West Linebaugh Avenue. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of manufacturing on the east, west, and south sides, and commercial general to the north and west Linebaugh Avenue. Further north is CG and agricultural single-family residential, AS1. The applicant is requesting a rezone from agricultural industrial AI to manufacturing M. Based on the LI future land use classification and the surrounding zoning development pattern and the proposed use development standards for manufacturing zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. This ends my presentation and I'm available for any questions.
I don't have any, but thank you for your testimony. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the light industrial future land use classification, the urban service area, and it's not located within a community planning area. The proposed rezoning is consistent with policy 1.4 regarding compatibility with the surrounding area. The subject property is located in an area with numerous heavy commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial uses. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of neighborhood compatibility and protection policies outlined under Objective 16 and its accompanying policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.5 in the future land use element. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined in Objective 22 and Policy 22.2 of the future land use element. The nearest intersection node is at Nixon and West Linebaugh. The applicant has submitted a waiver to commercial locational criteria. The waiver states that the site is located in a large industrial node of manufacturing zoning districts. Planning Commission staff have reviewed the waiver and support the waiver and recommends that the Board of County Commissioners accepts the waiver to locational criteria. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 26 and its accompanying policies 26.5 and 26.6, which promotes industrial uses to further the economic development of Hillsborough County. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that would like to speak in support? Anyone who would like to offer testimony in support of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right. County staff, anything further?
Nothing further.
All right, sir, you have an opportunity to have the last word if you'd like.
Thank you very much and have a great evening.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. With that, we'll close rezoning 21-0576 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 21-0700. The applicants are Jorge and Alicia Salmarin. The request is to rezone from a planned development to AS1 agricultural single family 1. Chris Grandelenard will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Your Honor. Thank you for your time. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm Jorge Salmeron. I live at 5645 W.O. Griffin Road. And our request is basically to rezone our property from PD into an agriculture single family zone. And also be given the opportunity to obviously perform and continue with agritourism operations in our farm. Thank you.
So I just wanted to expound on that. I just had a little question about why you were doing this. So it looks like the prior PD had a retail part of it that you no longer want to pursue.
That winery or proposed PD was not established by us. It was from the previous owners.
I see.
Which wasn't our intent at all.
I see.
At this moment, we are not interested in making any wine.
I see. And when you say agritourism, what does that mean?
Any type of activities that that we can hold in the farm, events. Anybody from the public can come in and have a tour from the farm. We are in the process of resetting pretty much the whole farm. When we bought the property, 2014, when we started in 2001, it used to be an orange grove. I assisted and became a partner at the farm and turned it into a blueberry farm. And now it's time to reset pretty much the varieties that we had, which are varieties that we started back in 2001, 2002.
I see. Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Good evening. Let's see here. Okay. Chris Grandelenard, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone from PD 12-0257 to AS1. The site is located at 5615 W.O. Griffin Road, which is approximately 1,200 feet east of the intersection of Jerry Smith Road and W.O. Griffin Road on the right side. The property associated with 21-0700 is a future land use designation of residential 1. The residential 1 category permits consideration of residential densities up to a maximum density of 1 unit per acre, and non-residential intensities up to a maximum FAR of 0.25. As you can see, all nearby FLU categories are also residential 1. The adjacent properties are comprised entirely of AS1 agricultural single-family zoning districts surrounding it. All of them surrounding it are all single-family homes, are also rural. In the surrounding area, the uses and zonings are also the same. Oops, sorry. In the surrounding area, the uses and zonings are all the same as the request. Rural single-family lots zoned AS1. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from PD 120257 to AS1 agricultural single-family would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. Based on these considerations, staff finds the requested AS1 zoning district compatible with the existing zoning and the development pattern in the area. Staff finds the request approvable. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you for that. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 1 future land use classification, the rural area, and it's not located within a community planning area. The proposed rezoning to AS1 is consistent with the residential 1 future land use classification. The subject site is located within the rural area. Objective 4 and policy 4.1 of the future land use element of the comp plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County state that no more than 20% of projected population growth is to occur within the rural area and is to be preserved for agricultural activity and low density large lot residential development. The proposal meets the intent of objective 4 and policy 4.1 as it only seeks to maximize agricultural uses in the rural area. The applicant is seeking a rezoning that is reflective of the surrounding area, meeting objective 16.1, objective 16, policy 16.1, policy 16.2, 16.3 of the future land use element. Compatibility, according to the comp plan, does not mean the same. Rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals maintaining the existing character of the development pattern in the area. The agricultural retention policies outlined under objective 30 and its accompanying policies 30.3, 30.6, and 30.7. The proposed use meets the intent of those policies. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Anyone that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application, either in the room or online? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Yes. So how many do we have? If you could raise your hand.
Madam Speaker, I was trying to get in, communicating. This is Rogelio Alejo. I was trying to do the support.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. Sorry. Okay. So we have one person online that wants to speak in support.
Yes, ma'am. This is Rogelio Alejo for the applicant, Jorge and Alicia Salmaron. If you can hear me.
I can. Can you give us your address, please?
Yes, it's 5645 West Oak Griffin Road, Plant City, Florida, 33567.
All right. If you'd like to tell us why you're in support of this application.
Yes, ma'am. And briefly, I would like to touch what you asked about the agritourism, and it's an activity that's been carried on the farm and ranch that allows members of the general public for recreational, entertainment, and educational purposes, as this subject property has been doing that. Obviously, for the enjoyment, not only for the public, but also to do rural activities, including the farming that exists in the operation that's been existing since property owners purchased it. which again, this is the AS1 zoning, which is the SFR family nursery that's being applied for and trying to obtain. But at the same time, this property has received the agricultural classification for many years. It has never left, it has never diverted from the original agricultural classification uses that has not only been implemented, but also continues to be expanded. And in support, we're just trying to make sure that the farm nursery operations that are being applied for are going to continue on this subject property. I just wanted to clarify that the agritourism is a vast recreation, entertainment, and educational purposes, but also keeping in mind that the property has never been denied the agricultural classification since it's been applied for and received.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have anyone else that wants to speak in support? Anybody else? Yes, sir. Yes, if you're going to speak, you have to come forward. And anyone else, while he's coming forward, anyone else that wants to speak in support? Okay, I don't see anybody else. Yes, sir. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Manuel Salmeron, and I'm address 5002 Nesmith Road, Plant City, Florida, and I'm here to support.
Thank you. If you could please sign in right here with the clerk's office. All right, now I see we have a number of people that want to speak in opposition. I just need a show of hands so we can divide up the 15 minutes. So I see 3 podium blocks. So I have 3 people in the room. Is that correct? Anybody online that would like to speak in opposition? No. Okay. So if someone wants to start, you'll have 15 minutes total. So we'll keep track at about 5 minutes each. Will you please come forward and start by giving us your name and address, please.
Preston Price, 5655 W.O. Griffin Road. And I'd first like to start off by the gentleman that was for it. That is not his correct address. He's the representative and that filed the application. He actually lives in Cape Coral, Florida. He doesn't live right next door to the property. And also the other gentleman gave a different address also, which he submitted a letter to. And his address is Downing Street, which he put on the report. But I'm against the rezoning because we know what's going to happen if this gets rezoned, because he has had the agritourism, or he's been under the understanding that he's had the agritourism, so he's thrown party for years and years and years. And the parties are, nuisance parties. They draw violence. There was a murder there a few months ago. They have security, much less armed security there. There's trash. And these are just, small pictures. Actually, this is what a true blueberry farm looks like. And this is what their blueberry farm looks like. So as you can see, it's just overgrown sticks and weeds. Here's a couple of pictures of just trash and the birds the days after. And I'd like to point out that he has not paid his property tax. It's got a tax certificate on it now, which I know is relevant, but he hasn't paid his taxes. He never pays his taxes, and then goes tax certificate. Somebody else has to buy it, and so that's an ordeal also. The letters that he has received, one by the gentleman that lives in Cape Coral, states that the barn is used for parties and family members or relatives at no cost to them. And it just covers the utilities and repairs. There's no financial gain to Mrs. Solomon's operation of the barn, which I'd be very, very leery of, to go through all this effort for no cost. And also that's a change of, this is the representative that sent this. This is a change from his rezoning from AS1 to AS1 with parties on this report. So, security is provided at every barn. If you go to a birthday party or a family or friends party, you know, I've never been to one that has security, much less security walking around with a gun. The noise rattles your windows. It's bass. It rattles your windows. They go on past midnight. The trash, there's, you know, drinking and driving. I'm sure they've gone through my fence multiple times on my driveway. They've ended up in ditches across the street. You know, the last time something happened, it was actually shut down because code enforcement found out it was in violation. But a murder happened there, and multiple people were wounded, which is submitted into evidence that you guys have. So, you know, this gentleman that says there's no noise and there's no nuisance, I don't expect him to hear the noise or the traffic or the nuisance because he wouldn't hear a space shuttle launch from Cape Coral if it was on the property. So, and the other letters were just the same letter that he wrote, just signed, and those individuals also don't live within the vicinity. You know, all our neighbors are in opposition, have submitted documents, and, you know, we're in the area, in the vicinity, so it affects us. You know, it's not the one, I don't expect it to affect city of Tampa, people in Dover, that area. It's the surrounding community. So we just know that if it gets rezoned, then he can apply for Greenbelt and then the agritourism, which at that point, there's no restrictions that you guys can put on it for agritourism because state law supersedes. So, you know, we just want to eliminate getting to that point because we know what's going to happen. And we know what's going to happen because of what's happened in the past. It's just going to continue. But at that point, you know, the county has no teeth. We've called the cops and code enforcement plenty of times, but at a certain point, you just stop calling them because nothing happens. So we, you know, you wouldn't sell a gun to somebody that you know is gonna go out and shoot somebody. So, you know, you wouldn't want to rezone knowing what's gonna happen, especially the community. And there's plenty of pictures that have been uploaded. Here's just a quick snippet of the traffic.
So you're into the other people's time. If they want to give you some time, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll go, he can do this real quick and then
Okay,
I'm out.
absolutely. Yeah, you can continue as long as you know we're still going to hold to that 15 minutes. Sir, when was this video taken? You can answer when you come up. It's fine. All right, thank you. Does the next person want to speak? All right, sir, are you finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you could please come up, give us your name and address.
Hi, I'm Barbara McClernon, 5710 W.O. Griffin Road, Plant City, 33567. And first, some of what Preston says, why we're opposed to the rezoning of 5615 W.O. Griffin Road. First and foremost, the shooting, the murder of a 25-year-old man and several injured on February 7th, 2021. His security feels like they need guns and bulletproof vests when working. Our properties have been damaged by partygoers, the fences, other things. Partygoers are trespassing on our property. Residents have run me off the road, not staying in their lane. These incidents are due We feel to impaired driving. We have seen the recycle containers that they had out when they started the parties. Now there is a individual that cleans and will remove those prior. Also, a trailer was witnessed with drink mixers and, can't take this off, coolers in plain view. One neighbor complained of men urinating in their yard. Bottles and beer bottles, or bottles and cans, have been thrown up and down the street. Several neighbors have complained of that. There's speeding and excessive traffic. That was a one-time thing on June 13th, 2020, but it's all the time. Not to mention the loud music, the bass goes on till 1 or 2 in the morning. There's been verbal confrontation between security and people wanting to get into the party. When there's a wedding or something that they're planning, they don't let the every weekend people come. And you've heard yelling, screaming, F this, F that, with them arguing with security. We have children and grandchildren. We're concerned for our safety, but also our children's safety. The nightclub rental is not the Salmeron's livelihood. He works for the school board full-time. He also has a concrete business under Salmeron Construction LLC, and she works at a dental office. Everyone that submitted letters for opposition either live on W.O. Griffin Road, the adjacent Edwards Road, and Jerry Smith, or at least 1.5 miles away. Supporters are 2.3, 8.9, and even 127 miles away, which they're not affected by the traffic. And Preston showed you it's not a bona fide farm. It's just barrels with weeds and dead plants. The Salmerons have clearly stated their intent for rezoning. And just asking you to review the letters, the things that we've sent. The parties have been going on since 2016. And at that time, we reached out January 2018 after they got really bad. I'll show pictures of when it started and now what things look like. But anyway, in January 18th, code enforcement was called and they said they couldn't do anything due to the agritourism that Governor Scott had passed. But there is a current violation on the property. EPC did nothing to help us. The Sheriff's Department's little help. I know they have to prioritize their calls. Governor Scott's office would not help us, sent us to the Board of County Commissioners. Board of County Commissioners did open an investigation with the county. And on January 24th, 18, we got a call from Dan Green saying a violation notice was left on the front door for construction, electrical, plumbing, lighting, and mechanical. Let's see, we just feel like no one is caring for us and our neighborhood and our safety. So, and more concerns, first of all, one life lost is one too many. The Salmerons had written in that they had, or several had signed letters saying that they provide security at every event. And I question every event. Security also, do you need a gun and a bulletproof vest? What type of people are they letting rent their party barn nightclub? What are they attracting to our neighborhood? We had several that did not want to speak out and did not want to sign letters because they were concerned for their safety. So what you have is not all that are discouraged. It's just, and I can understand. So now I was told by 2 individuals, I cannot confirm it personally, that they had a 16-year-old boy with a gun working security at a party. I don't know, is it safe for a 16-year-old to carry a gun? Is it legal? So,
You've got about 3.5 minutes left.
3.5 left?
Three and a half.
So, okay, and again, the bulletproof vests, the guns, that's not compatible with our neighborhood. We live in a nice residential neighborhood. Let's see. And again, the place is not compatible to our neighborhood. It's not an asset to our community. It's a hindrance and nuisance, and is a safety risk for adults and children. This nightclub and party have been going on since 2016. So it's not, a new thing. We have history, like Preston said. It's, if he's able to start it again, it's going to be the same thing. He's been confronted, talked to with several of the neighbors that, come on, I called them myself, wee hours of the morning and say, it's time to shut it off. So we've had neighbors, go to see him in person. So the only attempt for the crops is to bring agritourism and to decrease taxes in Greenbelt. So, and as far as our neighborhood, we pay taxes, we maintain our properties, we keep nice neighborhoods, we support each other, we look out for each other. We just want our neighborhood back. So we're a very tight-knit neighborhood. A lot of us have lived there for 10, 15 years, 20 years, some since 1970, and this new person has come in and just has totally taken our neighbors.
If I could just interrupt you, I think there's one other person that wanted to speak.
Yeah.
And there's
Oh, is that 3 minutes?
22 left. So I just want to make sure that that person has an opportunity. I appreciate your comments.
3 minutes for me.
Oh, no. If you could sign in, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Patty Craddock. My address is 4112 Edwards Road, Plant City, Florida. And as we were all discussing this and that, I went out there and actually looked at the Hillsborough County planning documents that were out there. And when they referenced and they spoke earlier about your objectives, 16, your policy, 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 1610. When I look at that, it talks about neighborhood protection, right? And it talks about establishing planned neighborhoods and that they shall be protected and restricting incompatible events or land uses. That's exactly what we have with this going on in what we consider like the party barn. It's not a creation of a like use. It's not a complementary use to our neighborhood. It's mitigation of adverse impacts, exactly what they bring up in here. It's exactly what this is. It's bringing adverse impact to our neighborhood. When they talk about transportation or pedestrian connections, it's bringing in tremendous amounts of transportation issues. On policy 1610, it talks about some elements that can affect compatibility are the pedestrian vehicular traffic, the access and the parking impacts the landscaping. Because we are a low density rural residential dwelling neighborhood, we're actually seeking neighborhood protection. If Mr. Salmon was truly going to enhance his blueberry farm and maintain what he actually has, we wouldn't have any concerns, but that's not what's happening. They have a party barn that they bring there. We already know that there's been one shooting, one death, right? If we speak about neighborhood protection, how can a party barn with hundreds of cars and more hundreds of people, because 2 and 3 people in each car coming, how can that invading our low density rural neighborhood be compatible? Compatibility doesn't have to be the same, but it has to maintain the same character. He's changing the character of our neighborhood. We have beautiful strawberry fields. We have homes on 1, 5, and 10 acres, and we live amongst this wonderful farmland. What he's projecting and bringing in is totally incompatible. We have huge amount of vehicular traffic. The lines for the cars coming in and out, they block our own families from getting into their actual own homes. When we have traffic accidents that occur, we have them crashing into telephone poles, we have them crashing into fences. They've actually damaged the strawberry fields across from us from crashing in there after they leave their parties. So the property owners, they even have to protect their own property and ask the people to leave because they're parking on their property or threaten them to have to call tow trucks to get them out of there. The biggest impact that it was to me personally is because we walk the neighborhood all the time, is when we walked past there and they had armed guards with bulletproof vests. And we're looking at them thinking, what in the world is going on in our neighborhood that we would have to have people? And you're not talking about small guns on their sides. We're talking about bigger looking guns. We hurried ourselves home because we're now scared for our own lives and our own safety. So how is this compatible to our neighborhood that we already have? Our sense of safety is
I'll
gone.
give you 20 seconds to wrap it up. You're
Okay.
well past the time.
So what we're saying, this isn't about just changing AS1, him to AS1. It's much more than that. It's huge because it's being sensitive and maintaining the character of our existing neighborhood. And we're just seeking neighborhood protection.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If you could please sign in. All right. So seeing no one else, I just want to make sure we have everyone, no one else in opposition. All right, let's go back to county staff. I think the issue at hand is the agritourism. And what are the restrictions, conditions, operation of that under the current land development code?
Well, the term agritourism is, again, as alluded to by some of the folks in opposition, it's regulated through state statute, and there's a definition of agritourism, and so there's exemption in state statute that under that agritourism regulation. So at the local level, as they noted, at a minimum, they're required to have green belting in order to potentially qualify for that. But ultimately, that determination of whether something would fall under agritourism is really associated with that state statute and the definitions in that. So basically, any parcel that's zoned agricultural that could have a bona fide agricultural use that would get green belting would potentially qualify for that under agritourism.
Okay, all right. Anything else, Mr. Grady, you want to add before we move on?
I have nothing further now.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go back to the applicant. Is the applicant still here? Yes, sir. If you could please come forward. No, you have to come forward and be on the record. And when you come forward, just give us your name, just so we have it.
Yeah, Jorge Salmeron. I'm gonna have Roger Rogelio Alejo conclude.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, madam. This is Rogelio Alejo. If I may speak on behalf of the applicants, just briefly, I am the representative. I never mentioned that I lived in that area. I think that's pretty clear as to my my documentations presented. But furthermore, I think what's important here is that the agricultural classification has been received on this property for many years. It's a classification that's been not only approved, but also updated yearly by the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's Office. Therefore, the agritourism is also noted and approved on the property, on the subject properties. With respects to the blueberry operations not existing on this property, well, I beg to differ, but I think that there's a lot of documentation that has been presented to the Lee County the Hillsborough County Property Appraiser's Office to justify that it is a bona fide agricultural classification, specifically to the blueberry farms and the nursery operations that have existed for many years. With respects to the supposedly party barn, first of all, the video that was presented to you all this evening, I don't even know what angle they're shooting it from. It looks like it's a video that it doesn't even reflect the property. Furthermore, with respects to the trash, I believe that there's a lot of other properties that are receiving the not only the classification but the agritourism, and they're spread out within that same area, probably no further than, there's one up the road, maybe half a mile, not even that, and there's many others the same way. What we're specifically asking here is that the AS1 zoning that was applied for be approved so that it can continue to receive and expand the additional uses for the agricultural classification that's already being implemented, but also to continue the operation as it's been operated for the last 14 years. Keep in mind that it's a matter of opinion how you grow blueberries, but it's also it's based on the yield and the greatest yields you will get between a planted nursery plant such as the blueberry farm that exists on some of these other properties. This one specifically is grown differently because it produces a bigger yield. And I think that the documentation and the documentations that's been not only provided and have been obtained in the past will show that these blueberry fields are set every 3 to 6 years so that they can produce a bigger yield and that it doesn't just lay fallow. Some of the pictures that were presented, they're grown this way. I don't know if they're familiar with the type of operations that this property has received in the past, but this is a specific type of varieties that are grown this way. Yes, there are some that are in ground, but there's also some that are above ground as such. Furthermore, that this property is not being used for an agricultural use and operation, well, I think it's evidence that it's been receiving the agricultural classification for many years. And again, the way that the property owners are presenting and asking for the zoning is no different than from the other ones that have received the type of approvals as the applicant, Mr. Jorge and Alicia Salmeron, are also requesting for the same. So there is vast documentation and support with respects to the agricultural uses that exist, continue to use, and continue to expand. And we ask that you take that into consideration, and we appreciate your time.
I have one quick question before we close. It's my understanding you intend to ask to greenbelt the property, is that correct?
It's received the Greenbelt classification already in respects to the classifications that could exist in the future.
Okay, and what did you need to show the county to greenbelt that property, that it was a bona fide agricultural use?
The application's been approved by the Hillsborough Property Appraiser's Office for many years.
All right, and how long have you owned the property?
14 years.
14 years, okay. And so you've had that green belting status the majority of the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And what is your reply to their assertions of the barn being used for something other than agricultural, the agritourism intention? What's your reply?
Well, the agritourism, as I mentioned earlier, is a number of activities not only offered to the public, but many events take place with respects to the same afforded agritourism rules that are already implemented in other sites in other areas as such.
All right. So given what the state statute defines that term and sets what's permitted under that agritourism classification, give me examples of what's going on in the barn that meets that category.
Well, there are functions, for example, with respects to bringing activities in there that serve the purposes of the agricultural tourism sector. With respects to what is already identified, is it's a combination of, it's open for the public, but it's also many different functions. To give you an example would be, one weekend you might be doing horse and pony ride. The next weekend you might be doing other functions, but it all falls within that same agritourism boundary.
All right. That concludes my questions. Did you have anything else before we close?
No, ma'am. That
All
is
right,
it.
thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-0700 and go to the next case.
The next item, agenda item D2, is major mod application 21-0036. The applicant is Juvier Enterprises LLC. The request is rezoned from, is a major modification of existing PD.
If we could please clear the room quietly, we're going to continue our hearing. If you could please clear the room quietly, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, the request is for a major modification of existing PD. I'll provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
How's that? Good evening, Ms. Finch. For the record, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Suite 200, Tampa 33618, representing the applicant and owner, Lazaro Huvier, who runs Huvier Enterprise LLC. Madam Hearing Master, we're pleased to be here with unanimous recommendations for approval. We appreciate staff working with us as well as the Planning Commission. This has been a long journey for my client that has gone through a major mod filing initially, and then we had to put that on hold. We asked for a flex request of the abutting LIP, Light Industrial Plan. Planning Commission did not feel comfortable with that, so we put on hold this major mod, filed for a comp plan amendment. That was unanimously approved by the Board of County Commissioners to LIP. And now we have all recommendations in favor of this modification for the new designated category that I think was in place in December this year. Excuse me, December of last year. So this is two folios west of Orient Road. This is about just a quarter mile, less than that, from north of MLK Boulevard, which is an arterial highway. We have worked with staff on a number of revisions, trying to work through the LDC requirements. As you know, open storage for truck parking has its own little requirements in the LDC provisions for buffering and screening. So we have accompanied this major mod with a design variation. We filed that into the record. Staff has supported that. We still maintain the 30 feet all the way around, buffer required, but in lieu of a 6-foot concrete wall, we are asking to construct 8-foot high PVC vinyl, 100% opaque on all sides. Staff has recommended the approval of that for the screening. This is a truck parking facility. Ms. Finch, we have restricted the number of trucks to just 15. Just go through graph. Before I go to our site plan, this is part of a PD. This is why we asked for the major modification. That gray area is a prior plan development from early 90s. And if you look in your backup, you see all the conditions. It contains a lot of uses for a lot of parcels that have been grandfathered in, if you will, or vested under that PD. We are on the north tip of that, which is west of Orient Road. So the modification is to that historical PD to allow the truck storage and an office building. Just a little graphic here, Ms. Finch, that shows you what we're surrounded by. Our site is in yellow. Again, we have two parcels up there on the north side, northeast quadrant. Orient Road is a collector. It is our eastern boundary. We have to the south of our Orient Road parcel a Beverage Castle beer store. To the west, and perhaps most importantly, we now have a light industrial plan for the Penske trucking facility that was approved, about 2 years ago. If you conduct your field review in the next couple of weeks, you'll see one of the major buildings has already been constructed. Their access is from MLK, which is to the south. And we are directly abutting them on their west. They have truck storage, open storage, and we, of course, would be the east. On the south tract of us, I handled Red Cap Plumbing, which is their corporate relocated headquarters for their plumbing facility warehouse business. And then we also have vacant land between, and then we have open storage. It's truck sales. We also have a hydraulic pump place that is to the west of Red Cap. So we have a surrounding of uses that are certainly compatible with what we think is necessary to be compatible with our proposed use. I would note that there is a church on the northeast side. Let me slide this. That's a Baptist church to our northeast. The physical footprint of that building, Ms. Finch, is clustered the northeast corner. So we are not abutting any church structures or any of their improvements, and we have not received any opposition or objections. All right, so this point, north is bottom and south is top. This is a little bit interesting, but I just wanted to show you the site plan for Penske Trucking, where I have MM, that is our major mod site. So you can see they have truck parking lined up, hundreds of spaces, and also a very large maintenance service facility, which is on the southwest quadrant, which is north of MLK. All right. It's tough not having a handheld microphone, Ms. Finch, bear with me. So here's the site plan that we proposed. You can see that we're proposing a 3,000 square foot office building on the eastern side. That is a separate folio number. That folio number, by the way, has already been approved under a prior major mod from 2015, where open storage is allowed as an accessory use. So we are bringing that into the fold for this major mod. There is only a small little trailer there. It's going to be raised. And my client doesn't have plans for immediately constructing that size office, but I'd like to have at least an opportunity if his business expands to have up to 3,000 square feet. You can see we have provided cross access. We have a driveway currently in place. We are not changing that driveway from MLK. It's now a curvilinear driveway. My client will straighten that out. And then we will enter the truck parking facility at the western side. Again, 30-foot buffers all the way around. And then we have 8-foot high PVC, 100% opaque fence, PVC fence is being proposed. You'll see this Evansbrook Court and a little meandering driveway. That is on the south 30 feet. It is not included in our property. So our boundary is where Evansbrook Court is stated, and then we have our property starting at that point. So we have no access to Orient Road from that southern portion. Plus, it doesn't meet access management requirements. So we are unifying the access drive to that north driveway. Again, we have some uses on the south side that do take access from Evansbrook. It's not a public road. It is a private road. It's not owned by Hillsborough County. And we have no intentions of doing anything to that. We respect that. It is within our 30-foot buffer. However, it's not paved, and we have no improvements proposed within that area. We've received support letters that I sent indirectly into the county. I don't believe they're online tonight or be able to speak, but we've had no objections or opposition. We appreciate staff's recommendations tonight. Not aware of any objections of review agencies. We have no wetlands on site, Ms. Finch. Again, this is this is storage of just tractor trailers. They will be departing and leaving daily. There will be a security fencing also on the front parcel, just not 100% opaque. So we'll have security fencing, chain link, and a gate access. The gate into this truck storage facility will be opaque. So you cannot see into this site from any sides, north, south, east, or west. We do have one small building in the northwest corner. We are allocating that for parts, a little storage area for a client's operation. No fueling is on place, no major repairs is being proposed, just safety inspections to make sure these trucks are able to drive in and drive out without having any issues from a safety perspective. And I'll just close with, it's been a long journey for my client. He has expended a lot of time and resources, obviously going through the comp plan amendment and the major mod. This site previously was a site of a number of violations. We've pulled out mattresses and drug paraphernalia. Fires were set by vagrants on the property. TECO, I think they hot wired a house that existed, burned the house. TECO refused to go out there and disconnect it from a safety perspective. So my client now is taking control, fencing it, and we hope to bring this back to productive life, certainly on the tax revenues, ad valorem revenues. And again, I don't think we have any opposition. Appreciate staff support. We appreciate your support as well. Thank you.
I just had one quick question to
Certainly.
clarify. The cover of the staff report talks about the 8-foot fence instead of the 6-foot fence. And I just want to make sure that you're still complying with the type C screening in terms, and in addition with the 10-foot trees that are required to be planted, that there's no variation for that?
We did not file any variation to the landscaping. In fact, Ms. Finch, you will note when you go out there in your inspection, we have lots of big trees out there. So we would be augmenting those trees with any additional that would meet the intent of that. So we are not asking for any waiver of the screening requirements.
Perfect. Thank you. That was my only question. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you could please sign in, we'll go to Development Services.
For the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The first graphic on the Elmo is the future land use plan. As noted by the applicant, the subject parcel was the subject of a recent comprehensive plan amendment to change the parcel from RCP to light industrial plan. You'll note on the graphic that light industrial plan is located to the west. The areas in pink are Research Corporate Park, and areas in the yellow are Res 6. The area is located on the west side of Orient Road, north of Martin Luther King Boulevard, south of East Chelsea Street. Surrounding land uses in the area consists of consist of to the north, parcel zone RC 6 to develop with the church. To the east, across Orient Road is single family homes. To the west is a PD within the light industrial plan category, as noted by the applicant, approved for a trucking facility. To the south, our parcel zoned in the same PD that the subject property is in. That PD allows for a mixture of commercial, industrial, office, and residential uses. Primarily, those uses along that southern boundary are primarily commercial type uses. As noted by the applicant has proposed variations to the requirement for a 6-foot wall around the open storage area. I will note the areas where I'll point out the areas where they're doing the proposed 8-foot wall, and then they're also proposing a 6-foot wall in areas where they're not having the open storage, and I'll note that. So the area around the open storage is where the 8-foot wall is going, and then along the north and south boundaries, north and south of the officers, is a 6-foot fence. Staff agrees with the applicant's justifications of variances and recommending approval. Again, based on the zoning, the surrounding zoning and development pattern and the light industrial plan category this parcel has, as well as the existing PD it's in and the numerous uses that are permitted in there, staff does find the request approval subject to conditions, and I'm available for any questions.
I don't have any this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject site is located within the light industrial plan future land use classification, the urban service area, and it's also located within the East Lake Orient Community Plan. The property was the subject of a recent comprehensive plan amendment, change from residential 6 to light industrial plan, in which the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners approved in April of this year. The proposed use is consistent with the LIP future land use category. The specific intent of LIP future land use classification are for those areas in the county potentially suitable for industrial activities, but are located outside of concentrated industrial designated areas or in areas where the need for a site plan would be beneficial to ensure compatibility. The applicant is also providing buffering and screening techniques, which would be consistent with policies 16.1, 16.2, and objective 16 of the future land use element. The request is also consistent with policy 26.7 of the future land use element. The property is located again within the East Lake Orient Community Plan. The plan's vision is supported by 8 major goals. One of the major goals of the plan is to provide opportunities for business growth and jobs. The request would be consistent with that vision. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed request consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone here or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? No one online. All right, Mr. Grady, anything further?
Just one more item. I think it, even though the site plan shows that along the southern boundary, that unpaved driveway running through there, which again acknowledges the fact that it's existing there, I think it'd be appropriate in the conditions to just acknowledge the fact that within that buffer, that driveway can remain, just so there's no conflict, since the conditions technically as are written, since it says buffering and screening in accordance with the code, except for otherwise specified, technically that driveway is not permitted in the buffer. So I think it'd be prudent to include that modification in the condition, to acknowledge that allowance. So I'll make that change.
All right, Mr. Horner, we'll go to you, and if you could just respond to Mr. Grady's comment.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Again, Michael Warner for the record. We agree with Mr. Grady. Typically, you don't have a driveway in a buffer area, so this is a little bit unique. We would accept that condition. And it also goes to the acreage calculation. I think Planning Commission has it correct with the 2.84. The Development Services had the 3.29. We probably included that 30 feet, which is the full boundary of all, not all, both folio numbers. So the correct acreage is 2.84. And we accept that additional condition. Thank you, Ms. Finch.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. With that, we will close major modification 21-0036 and go to the next case.
Madam Hearing, we're going to pause for a moment because we've got some people we're going to be letting in. So just
sure.
going to be
Absolutely.
just a, this will get a little noisy, so we'll let them come in and then we'll start.
All right.
I think we can go ahead and get started. The next item then is agenda item D3, major mod application 21-0038. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tanya Chappella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? I understand the applicant is online.
Hi, yes, this is Allison Yovine from MJ Engineering. Address is 1533 Crescent Road, Clifton Park, New York. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant DDKR, and I'll share my screen here.
Can you restate your name for the record, please?
Sure, it's Allison Yovine. And I'm here to present a modification to an existing PD. The existing PD consists of the folio 40453.000, and this is on bordering the Ferguson Fire Fabrication. This is Garden Lane, and this is Interstate 4. And here's the zoning map showing that this folio and these two folio numbers to the south are all part of the same existing PD. And yep, this is the same thing. And we are, let me show you the site plan. We are proposing to keep the existing house, single-family residence on the site, and then add a commercial industrial display area. So essentially, as you're driving from Interstate 4, we would have an area where it would display all new things such as sheds, garden display units, new cars, boats, and they would be here on display for about a month at a time, and you would be able to see the items from Interstate 4 and then purchase them online. You'd not be visiting the site to reduce traffic. We are only proposing improvements on this portion of the PD. Here's the site plan showing the area of the commercial industrial stock area. So the existing residence would remain. And then we also have this existing concrete wall is to remain. And then we are proposing screening, which satisfies Section B of the screening and the land development code. And I think that might be it. And we also have Jamie Easton here for the engineer of the applicant. If you have anything else to add?
Yes, good evening, board. Jamie Easton from Prime Companies, located at 621 Columbia Street. That's in Cohoes, New York. I previously worked at MJ and worked on behalf of the applicant and when I was at MJ for the development of this parcel. And as you can see, it's a very small area that we're trying to basically have an outdoor display area. Most likely these items will be there for much longer than a month. They'll probably 6 months to a year go around, depending on the, I'll say the display that we want to do. Typically, we envision outdoor items that you could basically drive by, see, and then if you pique your interest, it'll direct you to a website or to a telephone number in which you could call and then purchase that item. So we envision whether that's basically different styles of fencing as you've driven by before, or sheds, or more of outdoor display items, what we refer to as outdoor amenity items, to a single family structure as amenity use for the home. We are in concurrence with the recommendations of what county planning has said and other staff members. We have no additional comments on that, but just for the public to understand and for the board to understand is that this PD dates back to 1992, and it encompasses 3 parcels of land. And at the end of the day, we are only really rezoning or restricting the zoning on the northern parcel of land. We are really down zoning the parcel of land under the 1992 allowed uses for PD. Why are we doing that? Well, some of the uses under the 1992 zoning code or allowed uses under the PD really don't make sense for this based upon the new FAR requirements and updated Hillsborough County zoning requirements. For example, like a bowling alley is allowed, but because the parcel's so small, realistically, you get 1 lane in there. It's just the reality. So we've stripped out some of the really old uses that could potentially be used for the parcel and really then consolidate it based upon what the visions and goals of the current comprehensive plan are and what's more allowed uses based upon the surrounding areas. At this point, I'll turn it over to the board, and if they have any additional questions, I'll certainly be happy to answer along with Allison.
I do have a question about how this will work operationally. So as I look at the aerial, the property obviously has visibility from Interstate 4 and also Garden Lane, I guess. I have not been to the property yet, but I will. And so logistically, how does this work? If you're driving at a high rate of speed down Interstate 4 and you happen to notice sheds that are displayed on your property, how at that speed does anyone know how to contact you to pursue purchasing that? Okay,
so realistically, a sign, you are correct, due to the high speed and limited front visibility there, what we would do is probably put a sign at the I'd say it'd be the northeastern side of the property. So that way we're only looking to obtain views really, or, I'll say views, not from both sides of the traffic, but really I'll call it the west or eastbound traffic. So we placed the sign on the northeast side, and because there is a lot of visibility there, approaching it on both sides, you will be able to see it for some time without causing, I'll call it as an engineer, I'll call it a line of sight or visual impact. Certainly at a smaller scale, this project will be, but it's very similar to Sunrise Landscaping that's just up the road. And as you drive down 75, you actually see that. You see the landscaping plan. Obviously, their sign is much bigger. We don't envision that big of a sign for this project, but it gives you the intent that you see the product being displayed out there. And as you drive by, it piques your interest. And then there's, obviously there's a very large sign to grab you where to call to, or you can pull off the highway to eventually get there. This project will not be seen from realistically Garden Lane due to the proposed landscaping and planning comments that wanted to be completely screened from any of the residential neighbors on Garden Lane, so they do not see it.
And there is no, I think Ms. Jovine mentioned this, I just want to verify for the record, there's no on-site sales, there's not a representative there, this is just a display of products. So even if you pulled off the road and went over to look at it, there's no on-site purchase or anything like that going on, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. All right, that was the end of my questions. Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does.
All right, thank you. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Tana Chapela, Hillsborough County Development Services. The property associated with major modification 21-0038 has a future land use designation of CMU 12, Community Mixed Use 12. The CMU 12 permit consideration of residential density to a maximum density of 12 dwelling unit per acre and non-residential intensities up to a maximum FAR of 0.5. The subject rezoning parcel is located in the southern bound of I-4 highway near the intersection of Fort King Highway. I'm going to share my my screen.
We have the vicinity map up.
The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of IPD2 with a maximum of 0.5 FAR and the CG with a maximum of 0.5 FAR and RSS6 with a maximum 6 dwelling units per acre. Okay. The immediate area is developed with light industrial uses, offices, and warehouse uses, and is currently developed with light industrial. And also we have single-family homes to the south of the project. The applicant is requesting a major modification to the currently approved PD 92-0058 and is just to modify the section, the northern parcel. This is one of 3 parcels to allow for the retention of the existing single-family home and to allow a limited number of business, professional, office uses, which are allowed, and the display of cars fencing, landscaping equipment, sheds, and exterior home improvement items. The project does not entail any FAR increase. Based on the CMU 12 future line classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed use and development standards for the PD 920058 zoning district, staff finds the request approvable. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Just a quick question, just to clarify, this parcel, this specific parcel, I understand has the existing single-family home, but under the current zoning, under the current plan development zoning, what are they allowed to do on that parcel?
There is a list of uses, which includes from agricultural uses, vet clinics, even an auditorium, a bank, light industrial offices. So it's a large amount of uses permitted in the property. So we were discussing with the applicants to see which of those uses would they like to take from all those, so we could work with the transportation staff, especially the transportation staff, to determine the use of the adjacent right-of-way. So right now, the permitted uses entail many different options. I hope that answered your question.
It does, and I appreciate you showing that on the screen so I can see that. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
Unique Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification. It's also located within the urban service area and the East Lake Orient Community Plan. The proposed uses are consistent with the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification, as this plan category is intended for urban intensity and density of uses, as well as a mixture of uses which the applicant is proposing. The subject property is in a unique area with residential as well as intensive non-residential uses. Though the west side of Garden Lane is developed with intense uses, the eastern side of Garden Lane is developed with single-family residential. Because the site is adjacent to single-family residential to the east, the applicant is providing screening to mitigate for the single-family in the area. Additionally, the applicant is orienting the uses toward Interstate 4, meeting the intent of future land use element policy 16.2 and 16.3 of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan also encourages higher intensity non-residential uses on collectors and arterials in locations external to established neighborhoods, which is policy 16.5. Garden Lane is designated as a collector roadway. This modification request supports the vision of the East Lake Orient Community Plan, which envisions new development that does not adversely impact established neighborhoods and commercial activities that are compatible and designed to serve the community. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Phillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, this time we'll turn to anyone that wants to speak in support. Anyone in favor of this application? You raise your hand if you want to speak in support, either in the building or online. Anybody? All right, I see no one. Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone against this application? If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. No one? All right, no one online? All right, county staff, we'll go back to you.
Nothing further to add.
All right, go back to the applicant.
Thank you, board. No, from the applicant's point of view, I think we've presented information. Just as we talked about, we are down zoning this, as the commission just saw. There was a laundry list of items that were there in the information that's been submitted. Probably over 80% of those uses will be stricken. The area that we're looking at to really have as a display area is approximately 40 feet by 100 feet in length, or 120 feet in length. So you're looking around 5,000 square feet of area. So this is a small area that we're talking about, but we are screening it to the residential side. So that's where I would like to end on.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. With that, we'll close major modification 21-0038 and go to the next case.
The next item, agenda item D5, rezoning PD 21-0297. The applicant is Blue Sky Communities LLC. The request is rezoned from AR and RSC 6 to a planned development. Stephen Beachy will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. And I understand the applicant is online.
Actually, I'm here. We have a couple members who might be online as well, but I'll be making the
Here
presentation.
you are. Good evening.
I'm not a hologram. I'm actually.
Go ahead, please.
I'm here, Master. Good evening again. I'm Michael Horner, 14502 North Mayberry Highway, Tampa, 33618, representing Blue Sky Communities as well as St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church and the Catholic Diocese. With me tonight is Mr. Sean Wilson, President of Blue Sky Communities. We also have Mr. Mike Razor, Razor Consulting, Transportation Reviewer, Transportation Engineer, excuse me. We also have a number of our team members, including our engineer, Blue Sky developer representatives, and Mr. Joe DeVito, counsel for the Catholic Diocese, is also online if you have any questions directly for him. Ms. Finch, we come to you with unanimous recommendations of approval. We really appreciate working with staff, particularly Steve Beachy and Jawan Haley on this case. It's 19.4 acres. This is just west of Mango Road, Seffner Mango community. We have Martin Luther King just to the south. You can see on the aerial photograph that we have a large shopping center directly southeast of us that has access to MLK. And we have a school as well, Mango Elementary, directly southeast of our site. We have a county park to the north side. That is Mango Park, which is a active county park. That would be on our north boundary. And then there's also County Park, Passive Park, at the northeast corner of Mango Road, just south of Clay Pit. To the west, we have Presidential Manor, which is subdivision. Our building abuts 2 or 3 of those lots that we'll be addressing those relationships just shortly. So this is a joint venture, Ms. Finch, between St. Francis of Assisi and the Diocese and Blue Sky Communities. It doesn't happen too frequently, but when it does, there are economies of scale and efficiencies. The diocese felt the need to support elderly housing. This is a restricted elderly housing development subject to Florida Housing Finance Commission, FHFC, for future funding. We will be presenting that application and filing once we receive these entitlements, hopefully in the coming months. So this is in the urban service area. We just went through a comp plan amendment, 4.5 months ago. Gosh, actually 6 months ago. This was public, quasi-public, because it's the diocese church, and therefore no private sector development is authorized or permitted. So we had to go through an entire comp plan amendment to Res 9. Res 9, bless you. Res 9 is the same category that exists on the entire western side of Mango. So we have lower density on the east side of Mango. We are on the Res 9 western side, and that category was unanimously approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We're seeking a PD from AR and RSC 6 zoning on this site. This is for 140 units, 100 of which will be 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and I believe 40 are earmarked as 1-bedroom, 1-bath. This is a response actually to allow for sharing of improvements. And if you look at the site plan, if you look at the aerial, you can see the church is in place. It has been there for years. They have 2 access points to Mango Road. We also have a access connection, Ms. Finch, to the west. You see Fillmore Avenue, that is where they have a stub out, and there's an access driveway connection that comes into our site, and that will be maintained. Our initial filing to this PD district a couple months ago, well, I should say initially, asked for that to be restricted for emergency access only. Planning Commission and Transportation had objections to that. They did not feel that that was appropriate. My client, who is both the diocese and of course Blue Sky, particularly Father Edison of St. Francis of Assisi, said we don't have a closed door policy. So we do not want, I'm paraphrasing him, we do not want to turn our backs and shut gates on our community, particularly since we have congregation members from that community. So this plan does reflect that as a full access connection. Allison, I know I've already done this 4 minutes, but when I hit 11 minutes, could you let me know? So that's the time remaining? Yes. All right, thanks. So we have worked with all review agencies. We have combined efforts so that we don't waste resources, the efficiency of this project. And the beauty of this is just the synergism between the diocese, of course, and Blue Sky community. So by marrying those proposals, we are able to share common infrastructure, driveways, drive aisles, parking spaces, certainly stormwater ponds that are in place. And it just makes sense to do this together. Obviously, we have to share FAR and density. That's why at 9 units on 19.4 acres, we're not asking for, upwards of 180 units because we have to back out the FAR of the church. So I think Planning Commission calculated correctly at 143 units. We are asking for only 140. If I can just work through, actually, just let me state this. We have a proposal for a 4-story building. And that 4-story building has a height of 45 feet. And it has a flat roof. We have no outside balconies, so there's no, it's like a college dorm. There's not going to be noise generating units and residents living here. This is age restricted, 50, I believe, and above, or 55 and above, low automobile ownership. Certainly, this is not your campus hangout place. This is going to be a quiet community. We did meet with the neighbors some months ago. I listened to their concerns and their comments. I did file a summary and I think the sign-up sheet into the record. These are good people. We met at the diocese, the church out there. Beautiful day. We talked to them, listened to their concerns. Several indicated they would be more comfortable if we could reduce the height of this building to 3 stories. So we went back to the design board, the architect, Mr. Wilson, and we all reviewed that. Unfortunately, we came to a conclusion we could not decrease the height of that building because it directly impacts alignment to corridors and drive aisles and parking. And we would have to extend that footprint further south. So it would not be a clustered building. It would be an expanded footprint of a building. But we did agree to move that building as far east as possible. And that's why we provided that site plan restriction, a building setback of 70 feet from the western property line. I'd also add, Ms. Finch, this is the diagram sketch plan that we, excuse me. This is the diagram of the initial plan, and you can see this building was right at the corner of both the north and the west property lines. That did generate some concerns, understandably. We went through the CPA. This was part of the comp plan amendment graphic exhibit. And we realized very quickly, listening to the testimony and the CPA hearing from the neighbors, that that was not going to fly. So the plan that we have proposed now moves that building substantially to the east. That is a 70-foot setback from the western property lines. We are continuing drive aisle connectivity from our Mango Road entry. We also have a south entry road, so we're not changing any of those access connections. The rectory exists just south of the parking. And then we have the connection through the western side to Fillmore Avenue. So under your matrix table, the 2-for-1 6.01 table, footnote 8 requires a 2-for-1 setback for every foot over 20 feet. We are at 45, 25 over, therefore 50 feet plus the required buffer. So from the western property line and the north property line, Ms. Finch, we're required to have 55 feet. And we have bumped that another 15 feet. And we have also agreed to a precast concrete wall along the western side of the building within the first 5-10 feet, because there's some beautiful trees on that western property line that we don't want to disturb. That will be on the western side. It will not be next to the building. So here's our actual site plan that we filed of record. We made some notational changes for Mr. Ratliff, transportation. You can see how we extend and the additional parking, single loaded on the north side. We have a sidewalk connection through the entire project. Again, we're doing precast concrete between the building and the property subdivision lots to the west. We have double bay parking on the south. We do have a courtyard that has an opportunity for these residents to have their quiet time and their open space opportunities. We also have a recreation area that we agree to keep that outside of the buffer area. So it's a little misleading because we don't have a dotted line graphic representation, but we agreed not to have any recreation area within those setback areas. On the north side of Ms. Finch, it did require the 55 feet. We have 50 feet. So we filed for a waiver through our amended planning report, and that was granted by staff. We are agreeing to the 100% opaque fencing on the north side, plus additional screening type B. Only type A is required, but we are agreeing to enhance that to type B for the majority of that entire building area on the north side. Again, that is next to the county park. There are no residents living there. We have no compatibility issues.
Mr. Horner, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just real quick. I just want to clarify that point before you leave it. The bottom of the staff report on the first page that describes the waiver just talks about that you've asked for a 5-foot reduction to the 50-foot setback, resulting in a 45-foot setback. Is that accurate?
That is accurate because you have to add the 5-foot required buffer.
Understood.
So I'm combining those in the vernacular, but you're correct. It's
Okay.
5-foot buffer plus the 45 to get to the 50. Otherwise, it'd be 50 plus the 5-foot buffer.
All right. Thank you. Please continue.
That is correct. Continue with some exhibits. Ms. Finch, this is a aerial photograph of Blue Sky Communities, Sable Place that exists off Broadway, not too far from the subject site. Similar in style. We show this only to show the relationship to buildings to each other. This is one that is not being replicated, obviously, on this site because we have one building. But I want to give you an idea of what that looks like and how they relate with courtyards and the flat roof and the architectural style.
Got about 2.5 minutes left.
All right, I'll stop at 2 and Sean can take it. This is, again, viewing directly on one of the 4-story buildings. So this would be the view more typical for an adjacent property owner to the west. We're saving those trees. We're enhancing the plantings. We're doing the concrete wall. Again, no outside balconies. That would be the orientation. Ms. Finch, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to ask Mr. Sean Wilson to speak just briefly, and then I'm going to come back to you and talk about conditions, and then we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Sean Wilson, Blue Sky Communities, 5300 West Cypress Street, Tampa, Florida. Thank you very much, Michael, for that great presentation. I want to thank staff for working with us on a lot of the conditions and over the past several months. We did meet with the neighbors and we spoke to them on the phone several times. And as Michael said, we did change the building and we changed the setbacks. There were some other changes. They wanted us to reduce the building height. That really was not feasible based on some other site constraints relating to parking and grading. But we feel like the additional setback on the western property line will provide mitigation for those few single-family homes that are there. And as Michael said, Mr. Horner said, we're also providing a 6-foot precast masonry wall, which is a very attractive wall that we've done when we abut residential on other properties in Hillsborough County. And we're good neighbors and on those other properties, and we pledge to be good neighbors here. As Mr. Horner said, this is a joint venture between Blue Sky Communities and the diocese, and the proposed use is senior affordable housing. So these will be rental apartments. I think everybody, most of the residents will be pretty quiet, and they'll do activities in the building, and we're really looking forward to being good neighbors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Sure thing.
Mr. Horner, did you want to wrap up? We've got about less than 26 seconds.
Only to say that we are reluctantly agreeing to condition 6, Ms. Finch, which requires us to do substandard improvements to Mango Road. Short but sweet, this is a condition that we don't know how much it's going to cost. Mr. Ratliff and I chatted on this last week. We don't think it's going to be extremely extensive, but in transportation terms, is that 200,000 or is that, $1 million? So we are agreeing to it reluctantly, and we'll find future relief on that condition after we have entitlements in place. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, now we'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I am going to share my screen. Okay. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RSC 6 and AR, the split zoning category, to PD 21-297. The project is located approximately a quarter of a mile from the intersection of Mango Road and Martin Luther King. The property associated with 21-297 has a future land use designation of R9, recently changed from public, quasi-public, as Mr. Horner noted. The future land use category permits a residential density of a maximum of 6 units per acre and non-residential intensities up to 0.5 FAR. The surrounding comp plan categories surrounding this parcel, which is highlighted in purple, is R4 to the east, OC20 to the southeast, public, quasi-public, which is Mango Elementary, to the south, and then R9 to the south and the east and the north. The surrounding development pattern includes RSC 6 to the east, and I'm sorry, RSC 6 to the west, and agriculture to the south, RSC 6 to the south, AR to the north, and RSC 4 to the east. The applicant, as Mr. Horner stated, the applicant is seeking a 140 multifamily units, affordable housing for elderly, and the existing church will remain on the site and as is per the conditions of the PD. Again, the applicant is seeking a waiver to requirement for the 50-foot setback for any height over 20 feet per table 60101 and note 8. based on the R9 future land use classification and the surrounding zoning development patterns and proposed uses, the PD 21-0297, staff finds the request approvable, and this concludes my comments. I'm available for any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential future land use classification. It's also located within the urban service area and the Sefner Mango Community Planning Area. This property is subject of a recent comprehensive plan amendment, which was approved by the Board of County Commissioners for a residential 9 future land use classification change. The subject property is located within the urban service area. As per policy 1.2, the future land use element, the site must meet minimum density policies. The maximum allowable density on the site would be 143 dwelling units. The site is meeting minimum density requirements. The proposed residential development would allow uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern and satisfies the intent of Objective 16, Policy 16.2, 16.3, 16.3, 16.3, and 16.8 of the future land use element. The application has demonstrated sufficient connectivity with the plan development, within the plan development and to nearby neighborhoods, satisfying the intent of Policy 16.7 of the future land use element. The subject property, again, is also located within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Planning Area. The proposed residential development furthers the goals of the Sefner Mango Community Plan, which seeks to enhance community character and ensure quality residential and non-residential development, supporting infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area while providing for compatibility with existing uses. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. All right, at this time, we'll talk to people that want to speak in support. Is there anyone here in the room or online that would like to testify in support of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? All right, I have 2 hands in the back if you want to go ahead and come forward. Anyone else? Is there anyone online that wants to speak in opposition? All right. You have 15 minutes for the both of you, so don't feel obligated to take all of it if you'd like, but we will divide it in half. And if you could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Alyssa Restivo, 11408 Buchanan Lane, Sefner.
You can bring that microphone down a little bit if you need to. There you go.
I'm just wanting to tell you there are some neighbors who wanted to attend today but could not come. 2 had to work and 2 did not feel comfortable driving to Tampa in the evening, and 2 did plan to come, but I don't see them. And there were 2 who are actually going to be on WebEx, but I guess they're not. Maybe I just wanted to add that, and I would yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office over here. Good evening.
Oh, do we state our name?
Your name and
Okay.
address, please. Yes.
Mary Restivo, 11408 Buchanan Lane, Sefner, Florida, 33584.
Thank you.
Can you hear me in the mask?
I can. Yes.
Okay. And do I have to keep this on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, since I have so much time, I'll go back to my first letter, so at least I can reiterate what I had to say. Not the whole letter, but part of it I can read. Presidential Manor is a single-family subdivision with only 1-story homes. For over 40 years, it has maintained this level of elevation. I am suggesting the buildings from the proposed apartment complex that would significantly affect approximately half a dozen homes from Presidential Manor to be redesigned into 2 stories that gradually raise to 3 and 4 stories further away from their property lines. By using this unique perspective, it could reduce the shock of an overpowering apartment complex being in one's backyard. We have seen an example of this done nearby with the apartments at the northwest corner of Lakewood and State Road 574. Instead of a flat roof, they use gables in their design with a pitch that blends the top of the two-story side with the rest of the building. It creates the optical illusion of a house, and I did submit photos. We appreciate the efforts to conserve as many trees as possible, but that is one of the reasons they are building vertically. If it were economically viable, less than 140 units might mitigate the social impact on our community. A multi-story apartment complex being built next to our little homes brings an increased population competing for space, even if it is just aerial space. If they cannot decrease the number of units, maybe they could extend the height of a building further from us. Would the developers be willing to make modifications to their architectural plans to accommodate their neighbors for a win-win situation for all stakeholders? It is our hope that this project will not only continue the harmonious relationship the church enjoys with Presidential Manor, but it would also enhance our neighborhood's appearance. And I have heard back from Blue Sky Communities. They were very nice and communicating with us. My next letter is the most up-to-date one, and I'll read that if it's okay. I believe the proposed housing development at St. Francis of Assisi has the best interest at heart of their aging parishioners. At the same time, I'm asking again that they would modify their building plans to accommodate their aging neighbors in Presidential Manor. The project has buildings set up creatively in a square pattern. It is the building on the western side of the property, which is adjacent to Presidential Manor, that I am concerned about, that affects about a half a dozen of residents in our neighborhood. Rather than imposing 4 stories be built on the western side, I suggested redesigning that building to 2 stories that could gradually rise to 3 and 4 stories. Blue Sky Communities have reached out to us stating that their architects and design team could not accommodate this suggestion due to corridor alignment and expanded footprint implications. Okay, I'll take a break for a second. After giving this more thought, I have a new idea. This housing project includes adding new parking spaces. Why not use that space to expand their buildings horizontally instead of vertically? The church already has existing parking. In fact, many members of the church tend to park closer to the front entrance of the church on unpaved grassy areas. The church could designate a couple rows of often unused parking spaces that already exist on the northern part of the church property for this housing development. And I don't have a map, but there is 2 huge rows that are never used. This is a congregation of elderly people mostly, and they don't fill up the church, and they haven't used it for years. It's not just a COVID thing. It's an ongoing thing, and that's why they're building the senior community living area to accommodate, hopefully, future members that want to live there. If it was required to have a certain amount of parking spaces reserved for the church, then they could pave the grassy areas closer to the front entrance of the church. They might not even have to pave anything because members already use the grassy area without question. Also, if many parishioners move into the housing development, they would already be parked and not need extra parking at the church. Another solution would be to build less than 140 units. And I don't know if that would be viable, I asked, but I haven't heard back yet on that. Finally, I want to take this time to thank Blue Sky Communities for eliminating balconies from their design and allowing a 70-foot setback, which is over and above what they are required to do. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank them for taking the time to communicate and their commitment to work with us. They've been very kind.
That concludes your comments.
Well, if I can think of anything else, I would speak up for some of the elderly neighbors, in particular, the ones that are unable, they're wheelchair bound, they cannot come. And another lady that is elderly too, and it's very hard for them to get out. The two people that were going to come, one is very elderly and another one takes care of his mother, and he's elderly also. We had a downpour in the Seffner area before we came, and it almost tries to stop us from coming, but I went. And I have a feeling that's what stopped them from coming. There were two others that she spoke about that could not come, because I talked to about 10 neighbors, and I'm not the person that lives exactly on the western edge with my backyard, but I'm a little further in. But I am concerned about those neighbors mostly, and especially the elderly people, and a couple that it is affecting their health. And therefore I decided to speak. And it seems that we're speaking for the entire neighborhood tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to county staff. Do you have any additional comments?
Yes, I do have one addition. I think, and I spoke to the applicant about this, and they don't have any objection to that, but they can certainly confirm as part of their rebuttal. But I think it would be appropriate, just for consistency purposes with the regulations, since this is proposed for housing for older persons, is to utilize that term as outlined in section, hold on, bear with me. Six eleven point 51 housing for older persons. I've showed those standards to the applicant, and they indicated they meet those and meets the intent of that, and that's an enforceable term in the county. So we would amend the conditions to clarify that the elderly housing is for housing for older persons pursuant to the Land Development Code.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Horner, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal. And if you could just start by agreeing to the change in the condition Mr. Grady just referenced.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Finch. Again, Michael Horner for the record. Brian and I chatted on that provision. It does state elderly housing, and it meets Foursquare, our exact intentions. There's 4 provisions. Mr. Wilson looked at it. I told Mr. Grady we had no objections to agreeing to that. I'll be brief, Ms. Finch. I know you've got a long hearing ahead. Ms. Restivo and her daughter, Alyssa, couldn't be nicer people. You know, sometimes you get into some rather involved discussions and dialogue, but morning, noon, or night, she's reached me on my cell phone and traffic. Other times, I sent her emails and she would get back to me. We've tried to keep them updated on our plans, and we really appreciate it. And that meeting that we had on site, I believe we had, I want to say 7 or 8, but let me lay this graphic down. So you can see Ms. Finch on the west, which is Presidential Manor, and southwest, which continues. Our legal notices went out no less than 4 times. And surprisingly, we did not have any strong pushback. Ms. Restivo was very good about reaching out to us and actually arranging and allowing for others and encouraging others to come to that meeting, which I think there were 7 or 8 residents, including Alyssa, her daughter. And it was a very open and frank discussion. And we did look at all those options. And we actually sat down with the architectural team and realized very quickly that we could not, number one, reduce the number of units, because we're now at a point that's just not feasible for the developer Blue Sky Communities pro forma, but more importantly, could not do a two-story phasing, transition from 2 to 4 stories. If you look at that aerial, and you can see there's one square that's available at the northwest quadrant. And there are some nice trees on the property line, but the real nice trees are also on site. And those trees are directly south, directly east, and border those existing parking spaces. So even if we could, it would require such a substantial impact to those trees, and then that parking would take a hit incredibly. But we looked at it. We looked at the number of trees. There's some grand trees out there. They're quite beautiful. The other areas are earmarked for improvements, meaning large stormwater management ponds. This site has a significant grade. When you go out there, you will see it virtually slopes to the south. It slopes to the east. That is one of the more critical design constraints in changing the design of this facility. And Mr. Steve was correct. Only 55 feet was required for that building setback on the west. And we agreed to go 15 feet beyond. We only require a type A buffer because we are under 12 units per acre. And we agreed to a precast concrete wall. We also agreed to maintain that opening for the access drive to Fillmore. And we also agreed on the recreation areas to be outside of those setback areas so that we could actually have some separation of activities, even though we're talking a shuffleboard court at maximum and tables for card games, et cetera. That being said, we think we have met our burden. We wish we could offer you a compromise that would facilitate their approval. We're unable to do so. But boy, we do want to work with this neighborhood. They are good people. The spirit is there. Father Edison made it very clear he does not want to turn his back on this community. He means that both literally on the access drive, but also on working with them. So throughout this process, we'll be working with this neighborhood. That's all I have. Appreciate your support on this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And with that, we'll close rezoning PD 21-0297. Mr. Gravy, it's 8:20. We typically take a 5-minute break after the 8 o'clock hour to give the court reporter and everyone else a moment. So we'll take just 5 minutes. So if you could be back at 8:26, there's a clock over there on the wall. I'd appreciate it. We'll resume the hearing. Thank you. take their seats, please. We're going to resume the hearing.
If everyone could please take their seats. We'll be starting in just a second.
We verify the court reporter is ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. We are live in 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're back for the zoning hearing, master hearing. Mr. Grady, if we could call the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6 is rezoning PD 21-0318. The applicant is KB Home Tampa LLC. The request is rezoned from plan development AR and AR agricultural rural to plan development. Stephen Beachy with county staff will provide staff presentation. After your presentation by the applicant, we'll note that we handed out transportation report that reflects the published conditions and transportation information that's provided in the staff report.
Thank you. I have received that. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group, representing the applicant. My new address is 4427 West Kennedy Boulevard. I moved last week and had to write it down. I really just I will be really brief. I want to thank staff. We've worked really hard up to and including, minutes ago. And we are happy with the staff reports. We're happy with the planning commission report. There is going to be some discussion. I'm going to let Mr. Beachy introduce the changes that are the final changes to the staff report. We do have the entire team here if you have any questions, but I'm going to let the report speak for themselves unless you do.
I don't. I have a question of staff, but
Okay. We are all here. I have transportation and civil and environmental on the phone, and so
All right,
we're here.
well,
But we would just ask for your recommendation and hear for questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All right, we'll go to development services, please.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone from PD 86-0166 and AR to plan development. The project is located approximately 0.4 of a mile from the intersection of Sims Road and US 301. The property associated with 21-0318 has a future land use designation of SMU 6. I'll share my screen. It is, as you can see from my screen, it's surrounded by SMU 6 on all sides, except for just to the west is a Res 6 future land use classification. The request complies with maximums outlined by the Planning Commission, and Planning Commission staff will speak about the overall comprehensive plan category and compliance at the end of the Development Services presentation. Moving to the zoning, the site outlined in red is surrounded by residential PD zoning to the east, southeast, to the south, and to the north. There's a AR zoning to the east of the subject parcel. There's a non-conforming auto salvage yard, non-conforming to the zoning auto salvage yard, I should say legal non-conforming to the east, and then the ag uses to the south. I'm sorry, to the south and east. The PD will be developed with up to 190 single-family conventional detached residential units, and they will retain interim agricultural uses, and low-scale passive agricultural uses will be permitted in the interim. The development standards for this PD generally conform to RSC 9 standards. Well, there are a lot of exceptions to the RSC 9 standards, but 40-foot lot widths and 60% lot coverage is one of notable changes that you'll see in the PD conditions. The applicant was seeking no PD waivers or variations have been requested. One of the key components, and the Planning Commission I think can talk about this extensively is the second use in the SMU 6 comp plan category, which is required a second use. And the applicant has come up with providing access to the general public to environmental amenities noted here as amenity A and amenity B. They'll probably get a different name as they come in to existence. They'll have a trail along a stream with observation decks and a boardwalk across this stream to an observation deck to the south, and then trail to a parking area here, which is combined with their clubhouse and pool. That's one amenity, and the second one is the amenity to the south. There's an existing boardwalk along a wetland, and they've agreed to put a wetland or a boardwalk here along this wetland, and then a trail around the stormwater pond here to a little further to the east. I should say that this is as you'll see in the conditions, this is a critical design feature. So this would have to be, if to be changed, they would have to come in with a major modification. Based on the SMU 6 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning development pattern, and the proposed use for residential development with a second environmental use, staff finds the request supportable. I have some changes that I can read into to the record, that we've made some changes to the conditions. I can do that now. If you indicated you have some questions, I'd be glad to answer those now.
Mr. Beachy, my question is to the Planning Commission, so go ahead.
Okay. We have some changes, and like Mr. Brickelmeyer said, we've been working on these up to the last minute. We're going to strike condition 15, which I'll point out later, but replace it with a note that says revise the internal conceptual vehicular circulation pattern such that the plan meets applicable access management standards, i.e. section 60407 along the internal collector roadway. And that's about spacing to make sure that we don't back out onto Sims Road. There's one spelling error here that we're going to add. And this is condition 15, which is going to be stricken from the record, from some of these conditions, and accommodated by the note that we had earlier. Also, I apologize. I'm going back up here. There's one condition that we are removing, and that would be in condition 5E. We're striking reasonable restrictions are subject to approval by county. The county does not own this land, so we're not going to be dictating the hours for this public amenity. So that concludes my comments. If you have any questions.
I don't at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, in the Riverview and South Shore area wide systems plans. The applicant is requesting 190 dwelling units, which is less than the 75% allowable density of the land use classification as per policy 1.2 of the future land use element. The applicant is requesting an exception to minimum density per policy 1.3 based on the criteria that the development would have an adverse impact on environmental features on the site or adjacent to the property. The site contains approximately 3 acres of wetlands, which bisects the property and includes a tributary of Bullfrog Creek. Planning Commission staff finds that the environmental constraints meets the minimum density exception stated in policy 1.3. The property is subject to providing a secondary use as per policy 19.1 of the future land use element. Properties over 20 acres in the SMU 6 future land use classification are required to develop with a minimum of 2 land uses. While policy 19.1 states that at least 10% of the total project acreage must be used for secondary use, the applicant has proposed 2 environmental features for its secondary use, which will be open to the public. With the publicly accessible environmental features, wayfinding, and additional parking. Planning Commission staff feels that the applicant has attempted to meet the intent of policy 19.1. Objective 16 and its accompanying policies protect neighborhoods from incompatible land uses. Policy 16.8 requires new residential projects to meet the character of the surrounding area in both density and lot sizes and recognizes the lifestyle changes described in this plan. The proposed 4,400 and 5,500 square foot lots in the residential single family are compatible with the character of the surrounding area. Per the Riverview Community Plan, this area is designated as residential and promotes residential development that encourages housing diversity and is complementary to the surrounding development pattern. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Ms. Mills, I just had a quick question regarding that secondary use for the amenity A and B. And I wanted to ask for the record, if the amenities were not open to the public, would you have considered them a secondary use?
No, in the past, we have required that the uses be open to the public.
So I asked that because I know,
no.
I note that in the conditions that it is required to be open to the public, but it also contemplates and the ability to come back to the board through a major modification if any changes were made. But I just wanted to put that on the record that you considered it the secondary use because it is open to the public.
That's correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. All right. We'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in support of this application, either in the building or online? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to the request? All right. Mr. Grady, anything further?
Nothing further.
Mr. Bricklemeyer, anything else?
Yes, Clayton Bricklemeyer again. I just really quickly want to introduce Christy Barrera with Heighton Associates. She'll touch on the amenities real quick.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Christy Barrera with Height Design, 5904 Hampton Oaks Parkway. I am an AICP planner and just wanted to reiterate what Planning Commission and Hillsborough County staff said, that the secondary use will be open to the public. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't at this time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Does that complete your presentation? All right. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD
Ma'am,
21-0318.
I need you to come sign in, please.
Go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D7, major mod application 21-0481. The applicant's TSSS Real Estate LLC. The request is for a major modification to existing plan development. Timothy Lampkin will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? You can come forward. Mr. Pressman. Good evening.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I do have a PowerPoint for you. I'd like to also introduce you to Mrs. Thomasina Supan, who is the property owner. She's here tonight. This is major modification 21-0481. Next slide, please. Found consistent by the Planning Commission and support from Development Services. Next slide. Issues are one, a major modification of an allowable and approved veterinarian hospital to accounting and business professional offices. There is one minor change, and that is on condition number 1, which we've talked with staff about, which will read as the use will be restricted to a 2,148 square foot office for business services and professional services. Second issue is there are 2 buffer and screening variances and 3 locational waiver. Next slide, please. Located in the Riverview area. Next slide. See a little closer. Next slide, please. And this is the location here. I do want to point out, as you can see, that the area and the site is heavily forested and heavily buffered. Next slide. As per the property appraiser shows it, in fact, it's so forested you really can't even see the existing structure. Next slide, please. A little closer. The buffering screening is important for this particular site. Next slide, please. And again, next slide. So a little history, next slide. This site was approved as 79-130, next slide, which was for a veterinary hospital facility just for use of and not allowing boarding, kennels, or animal shelter. Next slide, please. This was the site plan at the time. Next slide, please. And what's proposed today is the exact same footprint, stays the same. It's a renovation of the existing site and really just improvements renovation-wise, interior and exterior to meet today and to meet today's code. Next slide, please. So this is the PD before you, which looks the same except much busier, 30 years of more details in PD plans. Building is the same and working on site development issues as directed by the staff. Next slide, please. This is a site that's existing. You can see it shows the signs for the veterinary hospital. Next slide, please. Again, showing you some of the surrounding buffering and screening. Next slide, please. All natural, dense. This is another shot, just to give you an idea, as you saw from the aerials, the intensity of the height, the density, and the thickness of the surrounding forestation. Next slide, please. We are in the SMU 6 category, which allows residential, suburban scale, neighborhood, commercial, office uses, research park, light industrial, multi-purpose, and cluster residential mixed-use projects. Next slide, please. And next, I do want to point out to you that Ms. Supan does own the property to the south as the home of her and her husband. Next slide, please. Riverview Dry Transportation on the other side of US 301 carried 9,700 vehicles per day. On the west side carried 9,213 vehicles per day. The use will generate 36 daily trips. Next slide, please. Has a very low FAR. What's existing, what's proposed is the same at 2,148 square feet. Under the FAR for the site would be allowed 6,064 square feet. So again, very low on FAR. Next slide, please. Adjacent uses and conditions. Next slide, please. So from the site, going one direction is a funeral care. The Hillsborough County Library is the adjacent use. On the other side of Moody, there's a Center Academy Riverview School and Hawkins Construction along Riverview. Next slide, please. These are just quick pics of those uses. Next slide, please. And then to the other side is the residential subdivision, approximately 275 feet away. There are distance and buffering requirements that I'll review with you in a minute. And again, the applicant owns to the south. Next slide, please. And the other owner in between the residential and Ms. Supan is on record in support. Next slide, please. And then the other direction is, again, quite a distance, 275, 300 feet plus retention to the other residential subdivision. Next slide, please. So under 14-0281, a 10-foot buffer is required on the side of the subject property. And then to the south, a 100-foot buffer and fence is required per that approval for the PD next door. Next slide, please. And that's including the restrictions, which I'm putting in the record for your reference. Next slide, please. Planning Commission notes it's consistent with the SMU 6. Competitive surrounding area promotes growth within the urban service area and consistent with a number of policies in the downtown district and Riverview Community Plan. Next slide, please. Development Services, they found the project is well compatible. Intensity is comparable with nearby non-residential uses. Serves as a proper transition between single-family uses to the west and south and the civic uses and commercial uses. Next slide, please. On the location waiver, based upon compatibility, per the Planning Commission, the plan development to allow an office use is consistent with the vision of the Downtown District Riverview Community Plan. Next slide, please. So we have a couple of variances. Requires a 20-foot buffer with a type B vegetation. The first one is proposed 9.8-foot buffer with no vegetative planting due to the existing structure located at distance. The second is a 0 lot line buffer on the southern property line. Both are supported by staff. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed 9.8 with the existing structure The arrow is an estimate. And again, I've made you aware of the extensive density and buffer requirements on the other side by the PD, which extend far from that buffer for the retention and distance to the residential. Next slide, please. And to the south, again, proposed zero lot line on the southern property line. Applicant owns on the south, again, the extensive, thick, not think, dense forestation. There's also a very, very deep creek that provides separation. Next slide, please. And again, another view of that, that's looking to the south. Next slide, please. And again, next slide, please. Now, that buffer and variance is really only for the parking area. I'm just highlighting that. The density and thickness of everything you saw is the same, but it's specific for where the parking area is. Next slide, please. And this is to show you where, close approximation of where that is. Next slide, please. So with that, we thank you for your consideration. We're happy to have the staff support and believe that really covers the issue quite well. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Development Services.
Mr. Pressman.
Sorry about that. I switched screens. Tim Lampkin, Development Services. On the screen, you'll see the subject parcel is located on the south side of Riverview Drive. And it's at the southwest corner of Riverview Drive and Moody Road. It's approximately 1,000 feet west of US 301 and Riverview Drive.
We can't hear Mr. Lampkin.
Whoops. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead now.
Okay, sorry. The PowerPoint wasn't moving. Okay, surrounding uses are community mixed use 12 and to Riverview and 301. To the northwest is Res 6, and to the southwest is Residential 4. And to the immediate south is Suburban Mixed Use 6. And here's an aerial. Across the street, you'll see is Hillsborough County Library, the Riverview branch. The parcel to the immediate south is ASC 1. To the north, it's vacant, and it's surrounding to the north and east of the subject parcel is Riverview Downtown District DT1, all the way to the intersection of Riverview Drive and US 301, and it's developed with commercial and civic uses, including the library directly adjacent and across Moody Road. To the west of the subject property is the RSC 9 property that was approved as part of rezoning 14-0281, and it was developed with single-family homes. And as the applicant stated, per the conditions, the development to the immediate west was required to have a 10-foot buffer against the subject property and a 100-foot buffer against the ASC 1 property to the south. Essentially, though, due to the retention pond, the closest single-family home to the subject property is approximately 275 feet to the west. Normally, a 20-foot buffer with landscaping is required by the applicant. Due to the existing vegetative buffer, retention ponds, and existing structures on the site, the applicant is requesting a waiver of this requirement to Section 666. To the south is ASC 1 zone property, also developed with a single family home. The applicant does not desire to modify the footprint, however, is modifying the parking, and the applicant requests a waiver of the 20-foot buffer landscaping due to the constrained site in the existing building and shifting the driveway ingress south from the Moody Riverview Drive intersection. Here are the variances. The west variance buffer, as the applicant has already shown, there's an existing adjacent 100-foot buffer and a retention pond. And again, the closest single family home is approximately 275 feet away. The southern buffer is, there's a creek on the property. In the next slide, you'll see here's an illustration of an approximation of where the creek is located, and you'll see that it creates a natural buffer on the property to the south. No modification is being proposed to the footprint of the existing structure. Modifications, again, include shifting the egress-ingress, modifying the vehicular area to make it safer, and in compliance with the LDC. Due to the existing vegetative buffer retention pond, the existing structure on the subject site, the applicant is requesting a waiver per section 606.06. The applicant, again, is not planning on modifying the structure. The Environmental Protection Commission did find the wetlands, which are surrounding the stream area on the property to the immediate south. No wetlands were found on the site itself. The applicant has provided justification in their application for the variance request, and staff finds it supportable along with the application. On the site plan, you'll also see a couple call outs. You'll see, for example, to the middle of the screen where the existing driveway connection is to be removed, and showing where the proposed project driveway entrance is going to be. There's also 8 foot of right-of-way preservation area along Riverview Drive, and that's the yellow line at the top. And here's the condition that's being modified. After submittal of the staff report, the applicant reached out to staff regarding condition 1 pertaining to the use. Based on discussions between the applicant and the staff and the applicant concur that condition 1 may be modified as follows. The use shall be restricted to a 2148 square foot office for business services and professional services. Based upon the SMU 6 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed use development standards, staff finds the request approvable with the proposed conditions. That concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for your testimony. Planning Commission, please.
Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans. The request is consistent with the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use classification. The subject property does not meet commercial locational criteria. A waiver has been submitted for review. The applicant asserts that the structure currently, located on the property matches the residential character within the area. The applicant also stated within the application that the subject property is bordered by a thick forested area to the south and west. The maximum allowable intensity on the property is a little over 6,000 square feet. The use and intensity are consistent with the suburban mixed-use future land use classification. The proposed modification is also compatible with the surrounding development pattern, also promotes growth within the urban service area, and is consistent with Objective 1, Policy 1.4, Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. The applicant also requests the applicant also requests to access the site via Moody Road, a local roadway. The request is consistent with Policy 12.3 of the future land use element, which requires that direct access to arterial roadways from development projects be restricted to access of a collector or a local facility. The request to modify the existing PD to allow for an office use is consistent with the downtown district of the Riverview Community Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff recommends that the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioner approve the waiver to commercial locational criteria. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. At this time, we'll call for anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor that would like to testify? They're here and online. Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Nothing
Mr.
else.
Pressman? Mr. Pressman, anything further from you?
All good. Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
your
you.
consideration.
Appreciate your time. We'll close major modification 21-0481 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D8, rezoning application PD 21-0482. The applicant is Mark Bentley. The request is rezoned from RSC 6 to a planned development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. I'm kind of losing my voice, which is probably good news for you. I've got a couple documents I was going to go over. The applicant is seeking a rezoning from RC 6 to PD to allow as a principal use in ALF, also known as a community residential home. This will be a home for elderly stricken with dementia or Alzheimer's with a maximum capacity of 12 residents based on the county's unit conversion factor, with 5 persons being the equivalent of 1 person. The intent is to provide senior housing both in furtherance of both the state and the county's housing policies, encouraging the location of senior citizens into residential neighborhoods where they have lived most of their lives and are most comfortable with, instead of having them live the remaining years in large buildings in office or commercial areas. The ALF or CRH is under the LDC is considered a residential use. The use here actually will essentially just convert an existing single-family home into the CRH. There'll be no changes. Parking will be in the rear. Architectural finishes will remain the same. Meet buffering standards, and those are conditions of approval. Concerning the waivers, there are 2 waivers. First, from proximity of another community residential home to the east, which is also owned by the applicant in this case. That CRH was approved in 2017, and I think it's referenced in the staff report as case number 17-0385, which had a lot of neighborhood support and obviously staff support. The second waiver is from residentially zoned property, which is located to the west. It's on this aerial I gave you. You can see the subject property. Then the other property located, it's number 1 on the aerial. We needed a waiver from that property, and that's owned by Miss Cindy Culver. And attached to the aerial is a letter in support from Ms. Culver. Also, just for the sake of time, I encourage you to review our detailed waiver justification, which is provided with the application. So we have the 4 letters in support. I don't need to show them on the Elmo. I think it's pretty self-explanatory on the aerial right there. And these are persons in the immediate neighborhood within a few hundred feet of the subject property.
So the 1, 2, 3, and 4 represents the neighbors who have written letters in support.
That's correct, and they're attached to the aerial.
Okay.
Then a lot of these neighbors, they provided letters in support in the 2017 case as well. And they willingly did so in this situation because of the way
the clientele are cared for and the way they've taken care of the property. So they've done a really good job of becoming an important part of the community. There's no traffic impacts. The parking, as I mentioned, is in the rear of the house. Both staffs have issued opinions finding the use consistent with the comp plan and compatible with the surrounding area, which includes to the north multifamily. To the west is that lot in support, and further to the west is Egypt Lake Elementary School. To the south is an existing approved daycare, and to the east is a vacant single-family lot, and then there's the other ALF to the east of the vacant lot. So briefly, I'd like to bring up Russell Ottenberg, our expert planner, for just a short presentation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Bentley, if you could please sign in. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Russell Ottenberg. I have not been sworn.
All right. If there's anyone in the room or online that plans to speak on this case or any case for the rest of the night and you have not been sworn in, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear? Oh, it's a lot of you. Okay. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please continue.
Thank you. As Mark noted, this is an application for a type B community residential home. And what I'd like to focus on are the comprehensive plan policies that support this particular use in this location. There's policies and there's language in both the future land use element as well as the housing element that would support it. One of the things that is stated in the future land use element of the comprehensive plan is that provision of affordable housing shall be given high priority consideration by Hillsborough County. And policy 20.5 of the FLU states congregate living facilities, CRHs, ALFs, are allowed in all land use plan categories that permit residential development. The subject property is in the R6 land use category and thus is provisionally permitted subject to certain criteria found in the Land Development Code. And policy 20.6 of the FLU states that the LDC shall include appropriate land development standards for congregate living facilities. The LDC does so through the imposition of the special use permit and associated specific development criteria for CRHs. Also noted in the FLU is policy 21.2, which states that a CRH shall not be considered as a separate dwelling type. So it is a standard dwelling. Thus, the future land use element explicitly allows for CRHs to be developed as a method to address the county's recognized shortage of affordable housing. And the FLU also acknowledges the provision of this type of housing as a high priority consideration. Likewise, the comprehensive plan's housing element specifically addresses the need to, quote, provide adequate housing for persons with special needs. In other words, the handicapped and elderly, a couple of the categories, in order to eliminate current projected housing stock deficits. That verbiage is consistent with the stated purpose of the housing element, and it is also reflected in both the inventory and analysis section of the housing element, as well as the future needs and alternatives section and the goals and objectives and policies. The goals, objectives, and policies specifically target seniors and persons with disabilities as a special need group for whom affordable and attainable housing is a goal. Policy 11.4 of the housing element acknowledges the Housing for Older Persons Act of 1995 criteria that state housing for older persons as defined under the Act is exempt from familial status requirements, excuse me, and the criteria found under that provision in the that provision of the housing element, this particular proposal meets those criteria. Policy 1.2.10 of the element allows for increased density for affordable housing and attainable elderly housing developments. And of course, this particular proposal seeks to use the R6 future land use designation to take advantage of the allowable density, which is greater than the just single-family unit, but still within the plan category limits. And so the proposed PD and staff has found that is both consistent and compatible with the surrounding land uses, as well as the goals, objectives, and policies of applicable sections of the comprehensive plan and specific related requirements of the LDC. It is also compliant with the specific requirements for type B community residential homes, though it does require 2 waivers. As noted by staff, the basis for the sections requiring those waivers can vary, and due to the location, size, and design of this particular project, granting of those waivers is justified. Staff has found the proposed BD to be both consistent and compatible as a result. And so in summary, the county has, through the adopted codes, permitted CRHs in all land use categories that permit residential development. Acknowledged CRHs are to be designated as not to be designated as a separate dwelling type. Acknowledged a shortage in affordable housing. Acknowledged CRHs can be used to address the affordable housing shortage for the elderly and for the disabled. Stated addressing the housing shortage for the elderly is a county priority. Stated that seniors is a special needs group for which there is a housing shortage. Acknowledged that under the Housing for Older Persons Act, certain types of elderly housing are exempt from familial status requirements. Allows CRHs per the LDC, subject to the LDC specific requirements. Has stated the requested waivers are reasonable and should be granted, and stated that the proposed PD is consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses, as well as the comp plan and the Hillsborough County LDC. And consequently, the applicant would appreciate your consideration of approval for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sir,
Sir, if you can please sign in. Mr. Bentley, does that conclude your presentation? All right. Thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto Development Services. I will share my screen shortly. Is that okay? Can you see that?
Yes.
Good evening. Again, this is Israel Monsanto Development Services, and this is rezoning case PD 210482. The applicant seeks to rezone a parcel currently zoned residential single-family conventional 6 to a new planned development to allow a community residential home type B. The site is located on the northwest sector of the county. Proposed PD district will be approximately 0.41 acres in size, and it is located on the south side of Minnehaha Street, west of Westlake Avenue in Tampa. The site is occupied today by a single-family residence, and it is in the urban service area. The future land use of the site, highlighted in the pink line in your screen, is Res 6, which is represented in yellow in the map. This allows a density of no more than 6 dwelling units per the acre for residential uses and a floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land use designation of residential 6, in addition to residential 20 to the north and large areas to the west and south, and public, quasi-public to the south and west. The site is within the Lake Egypt Community Plan. The area today generally consists of single-family and multifamily districts approved with residential uses and is mostly urban in scale. Parcels to the north across Minnehaha Street are zoned RMC 20 for multifamily residential. The parcel to the south consists of a daycare use, and further to the west there is the Egypt Lake Elementary School. All these parcels around the south are zoned RSC 6. One lot to the east is the PD 170385, which is approved for a community residential home type C with a maximum of 18 residents. The proposed project will consist again of a residential community home type B, up to 12 place residents per the calculation of the densities on the future land use and the equation in the Land Development Code, section 61128. According to the applicant, the facility will resemble and function as a single-family structure to accommodate the residents. The site will maintain its existing driveway, and new parking areas will be placed behind the building. No additions to the homes is proposed. Buffers will be in accordance with the Land Development Code. The south will maintain a solid screen and a 20-foot buffer. The applicant has requested 2 waivers as stated in the presentation, and these are from section 61128. One is to reduce the 500 feet distance separation from RSC zone property, which are to the east, south, and west, and also to eliminate the requirement of 1,200 feet distance separation from another type B or C community residential home. There are 2 other facilities type B further to the east, as stated before, and these are the parcel zone PD 17038085, which are approved for a maximum of 18 residents. Staff has evaluated the waivers requests and found them reasonable. Zoning districts to the north are approved for multifamily uses. The south is approved for a daycare. The lot immediately to the east is vacant, which separates the subject site from the other community residential uses in the area. The home will maintain its residential character as required by the Land Development Code, and parking areas will be placed behind the building. No expansions are being proposed to the single-family home. The scale and design of the proposed community residential home, limiting the number of residents to 12 and maintaining the existing single-family residential character of the structure, as well as setbacks with the parking areas screened from the streets compared to surrounding development pattern, which mostly consists of multifamily and educational institutions, makes this facility compatible with the area land uses. The site will be buffered and screened per code, and the facility will be required to provide a sidewalk along its frontage, which is non-existent today. No reviewing agencies objected to this rezoning petition. Therefore, based on this consideration, staff recommends approval with these conditions. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 6 future land use classification and the urban service area. The subject site is located within the urban service area where, according to objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the future growth of Hillsborough County is expected to occur. The request is consistent with that policy direction. The proposed use is consistent with the residential 6 future land use classification and is consistent with policy 20.5, allowing congregate living facilities within each of the land use plan categories that permit residential development. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of policy 1.4 and objective 16 and associated policies regarding neighborhood protection and compatibility with the surrounding area. The maximum intensity that the site could be considered would be a little over 4,000 square feet. The applicant is requesting a use less than what can be considered on the site. Policy 17.1 allows certain non-residential support uses in residential areas if the design, intensity, and scale complements the surrounding area. The request would be consistent with policy 17.1, and based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor that would like to speak? Seeing none. Anyone in opposition? I show one person online. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak in opposition? All right, seeing no one, then we'll go to, I believe it's Mr. Scholar.
Mr. Scholar, can you hear us? Not yet. All righty, we can hear you now. Okay. And you can enable your camera? I'm sorry? Can you enable your camera, please, sir?
Oh, I'm not good at this. I'll do the best I can. Yep, there we go.
All righty, there we go.
If you could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Mike Scholler. I live at 6509 Brandon Circle. That's Riverview 33578.
All right, if you could tell me why you're in opposition to this request.
Sir, I think you're on the wrong application. Sir, are you here, are you to speak on 21494?
No, we're against.
21494? This is 21482. It's for a request for a community residential home on Fly
0494.
Avenue. Excuse me?
I'm against the 0494. I guess I'm in the wrong one. I'm sorry.
That would be my error, then I had
Yeah.
it written next to the wrong application.
Yeah, it's the next application, which we're
Okay,
getting into. So
okay.
just
I'll
hold
just
on and we'll
mute.
get to the next application.
Hold tight.
Okay, man.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so no one in online for that application. All right. So seeing them, we'll go back to county staff for anything further.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Bentley, I just have a quick question if you, as part of the rebuttal.
Sure.
Did you say that your applicant is affiliated with the other community residential home that's
Yes.
within the boundary?
Yes, they own the other facility.
Are there two facilities or one?
There are two buildings that are integrated together.
All right, well then help me with according to staff, and we could get staff to comment on this if we need to.
They're different.
But
They're
the
different
intent is
different
not to
entities.
Have
Pardon
a
me?
conglomerate. The intent of the distance requirement is to not have a concentration of these kinds of facilities that are affiliated, and that's the reason for the distance requirement. So tell me, I assume your client is experienced in this field and is aware of the distance requirements?
Sure.
So help me with the justification.
Sure. The distance separation requirements in the county's LDC mirror Chapter 419 Florida statutes, which established the preemptive distance separation requirements. That statute allows local government to be more liberal but not more restrictive. Okay. And the test under the intent under the statute by the Florida legislature is that the placement of a CRH will not substantially alter the character of a neighborhood. However, these separation requirements are waivable. So in this particular case, what you have here is just the conversion of a single family home. There's no increase in traffic. There's no studies that indicate any diminution in property values as a result of locating these homes. Also, the architecture will remain the same. So that's why there's a process for this. And it's pretty unique that obviously that the client owns the other property, but just kind of in this enclave more or less where it's surrounded by non-traditional uses, not single family conventional. So the LDC in and of itself says that the distance separation requirements are waivable depending on the case. So that's my perspective on it.
All right.
Thank you
That
very
answers
much.
my question. Do
Appreciate
you have
it.
anything further?
No, thank you.
All right,
Take
thank
care.
you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 21-0482 and go to the next case.
The next case is agenda item D9, rezoning PD 21-0494. The applicant's triangle resolutions. The request is rezone from RC2 to a planned development. Timothy Lampkin will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Fitch, Mr. Grady. My name is Joe Kowalski with K2 Engineering, 7804 US Highway 301 South in Riverview. And I'm representing the owner, Triangle Resolutions. What they're proposing is they're requesting to rezone the subject property from residential single family to a planned development for a health practitioner's office. The subject property is located on the southwest quadrant of US 301 and Bloomingdale Avenue on the west side of Brandon Circle. There's approximately 500 feet from US 301. A Triangle Resolution proposes to use the 2.06 acre property and a 2,724 square foot building for a small outpatient mental health private practice. The practice provides talk therapy for families which include children, adults, parents, and veterans. Operating hours will be limited between 7:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. There are no on-site services offered on weekends or any holidays. Some of the clients currently use off-site telehealth counseling, which may continue to be a significant portion of the business in the future. The The main reason for Dr. Dye looking at this property is because of the serene and private location. They'll provide an ideal setting for individual talk sessions by providing privacy and low levels of patient anxiety. The low impact of the proposed use, no exterior building changes, no buffering from the neighbors will make it compatible with the surrounding land use patterns and mitigate any adverse impacts to the neighborhood and concerns. The property has large trees, significant amounts of natural vegetation screening along the north, south, and west property boundaries. Due south, north, and east are existing residential homes. West of the property is a multifamily apartment complex. US 301 is located approximately 500 feet to the northeast along Brandon Circle, where there are commercial businesses and a large school parking lot. There's a big school on 301. The entrance exit to the property will be limited to right in and left out only on the Brandon Circle to prevent any traffic going south past existing residential properties. Signage shall be limited to the property address and or a sign allowed in a residential area such as a mailbox or just something minimal just to identify the property. So the site plan is showing 14 parking spaces, which is the requirement for a health practitioner's office based on the square footage of the building. And they'll be located behind and to the south of the building will be screened from adjoining properties by 20-foot type B buffer, which meets all the requirements of section 60606 of the development code. In addition, the clients will be instructed to, after they leave an appointment, to basically go north on Brandon Circle to avoid going into the neighborhood. The future land use for the subject property and surrounding parcels is community mixed use 12, which allows this type of development. And the property to the west is already a mixed use purpose, a big apartment complex. There are no modifications, as I said before, to the existing building. There's no trees are going to be taken out. Everything is going to stay pretty much the same. We're just going to add some additional buffering in the way of landscaping to the front and on the sides if there's any visibility or it's required. The other thing is we met last week. I sent a letter out to the neighbors within the area. We met last week with them last Monday to try to show them what we wanted to do and clarify what we were proposing to do. And they basically were not amenable to any of the suggestions we were coming up with. And some of the extra measures we're taking is that we were going to look at the parking to the rear of the building and the side. We were going to make no exterior changes to the building, no building expansion, providing additional buffering and screening, limiting the hours of operation, and basically trying to make this fit in the neighborhood. And we were also going to instruct the clients when they leave that they should head north to not go through the neighborhood. I'm not sure what else we could do to try to meet the requirements of the neighbors. I know a lot of them are here and they're going to talk to you about why they oppose it. But I think we've gone above and beyond what we can do to try to make it blend in the neighborhood. And I wanted to introduce you to Dr. Dye. He just wanted to tell you a little bit about his practice and why he found this property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Damon Dye with Triangle Resolutions, 10760 Bloomingdale Avenue. I will agree with Joseph just to second that. We did find this as an ideal healing property. We do a lot of work with children and veterans. It did fit a lot of the criteria. We do desire, as he mentioned, a very low profile focus because of the attention on families. We want to reduce that, and as also we still live in a higher time of stigma with mental health. So thank you very much for your support.
All right, thank you. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, we'll go to Development Services.
Hello, Tim Lampkin, Development Services, and I'm about to share my screen. Is it shared?
Not yet.
Nice.
Now it's going.
Now it's going? Okay, good. All right, so the project site is located on the west side of Brandon Circle, approximately 950 feet southwest from the intersection of Progress Boulevard and US Highway 301 in the Riverview community as shown on the screen. The southwest corner of the intersection is a commercial development. The subject property is approximately plus or minus 300 feet south-southwest from the property boundary to property boundary. Northeast of the subject property across Brandon Circle is the location of a school, Bloomingdale Academy. Abutting the subject property to the north, west, and south are residentially zoned properties. Southeast across Brandon Circle is also residentially zoned and developed property. Sorry, just the property associated with 21-0494 is a future land use designation of community mixed use 12. The subject property's future land use designation of community mixed use 12 does not have to meet locational criteria as it is within this future land use category. The immediately surrounding properties are also designated CMU 12 on the future land use map. Further south along Brandon Circle is designated suburban mixed use. And then there's a residential 6 going further south, and further north of the community mixed use 12 is urban mixed use 20. The subject site is also located within the boundary of the Riverview Community Plan and within the urban service area. The site falls within the mixed use area as designated by the Riverview Community Plan. Properties greater than 2 acres in a mixed use land use category require a planned development rather than a standard zoning district. So here's an aerial view of the site. It's a bit larger than the surrounding single-family homes to the north and the south. To the south, you'll see here's Brandon Circle, here's US Highway 1. Can you all see my cursor? And moving along, so here's the commercial, and the intersection is called out. Progress Boulevard is just outside the aerial. To the north is a single-family home, and it's zoned RSC2. And further in along southward on Brandon Circle are more single-family homes. To the west of the property is a planned development. It's developed mostly with townhomes subject to Plan Development 03-0317. You will also note at the rear of the property to the southwest is a retention pond associated with this townhome development. Through the use of site planning, buffering, screening techniques, and the control of specific land uses, the applicant is proposing to buffer in compliance with section 6.06.06. Here is the applicant's site plan that's been color-coded to assist with the visual. They are in compliance with the 20-foot buffer and the type B screening on the north, the south, and the west. They're also proposing a 20-foot buffer on the front to prevent further impacts. The existing 2,724 square foot single-family home will maintain the appearance of a single-family home and with a pitched roof and a brick facade. So these are conditioned. The hours are also conditioned. They're limited to 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Additional conditions include the parking area shall be screened with a vegetated buffer and a 6-foot solid wooden or PVC fence toward the property to the south. And if they put a fence in the front yard, they will have a maximum height of 4 feet in height. No stop sign shall be allowed. And signage will be limited to signage that's allowed for residential zoning districts compatible with adjacent residential. for section 7.03.00.C.3.A. Any signage will comply and signage allowed for residential with signage allowed for residential dwellings to ensure compatibility or greater compatibility with the adjacent residential and in keeping with the appearance of a single-family home. Staff notes that residential dwellings by code are allowed to have one ground sign not exceeding 6 square feet of aggregate sign area. In addition to the design measures, the use, no other office use shall be permitted unless it's directly accessory to the health practitioner's office. And so the use will be restricted to that use. They would have to come in for a major modification if they propose to change the use. The proposed use with conditions does demonstrate sensitivity to adjacent residential uses through site conditions such as requiring perimeter buffers, requiring signage to comply with residential sign standards, limiting patient hours, and maintaining the appearance of a single-family home. The proposed project with the proposed development standards, existing scale, and restrictions may be found to be approvable with the conditions. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use Classification and the Urban Service Area and the Riverview Community Planning Area. The applicant's request is consistent with the CMU 12 Future Land Use Classification. The intent of the CMU 12 Future Land Use Classification is to designate areas of urban intensity and density. The proposed development with conditions would allow uses similar to the development pattern while demonstrating sensitivity to adjacent residential uses, meeting the intent of policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The site design conditions include keeping the proposed use within the single-family home structure and hours of operation, which will keep the proposed use compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The proposed development is consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. The site is located within the US Highway 301 district, which envisions this area as a mixed-use area with high densities and a variety of businesses. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone that wants to speak in support. Anyone in favor in the room or online? Seeing no one. All right. How many people want to speak in opposition? If you could raise your hand. Now, here's the thing. We have 15 minutes. Oh, no, keep your hands up because we have to count. But we have 15 minutes for everyone to speak. And I just, Lansing, look more than 15 people. So what we'll do is we'll give you a minute each. The clerk will keep track of the time. And at minute increments, if you could have the buzzer go off. If you want to just come up and put your name and address on the record and record yourself in opposition so that you're able to speak at the Board of County Commissioners, that's perfectly acceptable. If you want to designate a speaker to get more time in and more of your points in, that would be the way to go. But we have a number of cases tonight. This is not the only one, and we must keep with our timeframes to the best that we can. So if you could line up, because that taking time to get to the podium takes your time. So if you could line up with people that want to speak, and we'll give you a minute each to try to get your points across. Yeah. Yes. All right, so are these now the only people that want to speak? Or did the other folks, do you want to take the bulk of the time and then the rest of the people can put their name on the record? That would be fine. So can we do, how much time do you need?
If I may have 3 minutes.
All right, so we'll do 3, 6, 9, 12, and then hope that everybody else just puts their name on the record. All right, so 3 minutes. And then
Good
when your
evening.
name and address, and then when you're done, come sign it.
Good evening. My name is Brad Patrick. I'm an attorney. My address is 9507 Starlight Drive. You've seen the degree to which this application strikes at the heart of a very special jewel of a neighborhood in Riverview. If you turn the corner off of 301 and come into our neighborhood, all you have is residential. And the significance of that is that the character of this neighborhood is going to be hit first with its first instance of commercial use inside the neighborhood, where it's literally bounded by single-family residents around it. All of the reasons that the applicant gave are the reasons that this community loves its neighborhood. Specifically, it's serene, private setting, it's screening, it's surrounded by homes. That's right, because it's a residential neighborhood. And notwithstanding what we have by way of the definition of CMU 12 and looking at where this is supposed to be concentrated, once you come around the corner from the farm stand, I mean, ask anyone. You ask where we live in the neighborhood back behind the farm stand and the school. That's where we are. It's not about what this gentleman's offering in terms of services. It's about the fact that once that designation changes, it's never going to go back. And we're going to be stuck with the possibility of a future use that will be even more incompatible with what we have as a community and what we treasure, why people have bought there, why they want to continue to be there. So I would encourage the commission to look very carefully at what the cost of having this neighborhood modified is, as opposed to what we're supposed to gain. We're not getting the benefit of mixed use. We're not getting the benefit of a planned development. What we're getting is an aberration. What we're getting is a sore in our neighborhood. The people who walk every day, the people who are there with their families, are not going to have the same character of the neighborhood as we go forward in time. The 2008 comprehensive plan and the future uses, when you look at where that little stripe is up to my street, Starlight Drive, all I ask is that you drive through our community, turn in, go around the corner, and recognize that the position that was taken with respect to the school and recognizing the importance of our community as a separate, segregated neighborhood away from the rest of what 301 represents, our pinch points at either end of Brandon Drive or Brandon Circle don't give us the protection that we'll have lost the protection that we have by virtue of this rezone. Again, it's not about this particular use. It's about the fact that once we're moving in that direction, we will have a bite taken out of our community for all the reasons that they're drawn to it. There's no cost to this gentleman if he loses his application in this circumstance. What he ends up losing is something that will be more than made up for by the market.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Next, please. We'll start the clock again at 3 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Joe Shiver. I live at 9508 Starlight Drive, Riverview, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Our neighborhood is incredibly unique. Some would say a throwback to days gone by. We have homes that were built from the 1940s up to the 1980s. Massive oaks, Canopy, Brandon Circle, Starlight Drive, Springbrook Drive, and Sunbrook Drive. Many of our neighbors have lived and raised families in the same homes for over 50 years. My wife Jody and I began looking for a home in 2009 when I accepted a job at MacDill Air Force Base. We searched for over a year for that perfect home that we could call our forever home. Jody and I spent 22 years in the Air Force, moving from base to base. And in that time, we lived in 14 different houses. But we knew that it was only temporary, so we never truly thought that those houses were our home. We believed this move would be our last move, so we wanted to find a perfect home that we could finally call our home. And we found that special home. When one property is approved for rezoning, it sets a dangerous precedent for other properties to also become rezoned. We don't live in a gated community protected by a homeowners association. We live in a simple family-oriented neighborhood that has been the home for families for over 70 years. To the people who live in this neighborhood, it's our children's roots, our sanctuary. It's our home. By approving this rezoning of this neighborhood, you will forever alter our quality of life, our serenity, our slice of paradise. You will allow another wonderful neighborhood to be erased forever. We ask that you reject this rezoning proposal and protect the sanctity of our neighborhoods like others. And on a side note, as they stated that they will not enter our neighborhood, they have to. They already passed by Mr. Daniels' home. They didn't take that in consideration that they say we will not upset anyone in our neighborhood. They did. It's not the first house on the street. And I guarantee you that there's not going to be anybody out that says no right turn here. It's whatever's convenient for the person behind the wheel of the car. And they will go through our neighborhood. And just like we've been fighting ever since I've been here, they'll go at any speed they desire because we do not have speed bumps or policing in that neighborhood. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Next, please. Evening.
Hi, thank you for listening to me. My name is Jennifer Lind. I'm at 6304 Brandon Circle. Just a couple of things that came up in the meeting that we met with in the neighborhood. The first is that I'm also a healthcare practitioner. I have a serene, quiet, calm location in a commercial property where it belongs. So I just want to put that out there. I'd also like to say that when I spoke with Damon, he did mention after he was asked that he would have concerns if this type of thing were to come into his neighborhood. So he feels it's okay to come into ours. However, he would have concerns if it was his own neighborhood. So I think that speaks a lot to the choices he's made. I'd also like to answer that he said the reason he was doing this was because he couldn't find commercial properties to purchase that would suit him. So I went ahead and brought quite a few to bring to him tonight that I researched myself in his price range and the same square footage. So Damon, I got those for you. I'd also like to point out, I have a couple of pictures. I don't know, is that what this little thing's for? Okay. I just wanted to show just a couple of the houses so you can kind of understand how we live.
If you just put it underneath, yep, that's okay. But you do have to speak on the microphone when you do that. Yeah.
So in the meantime, I'll keep going. So my partner and I had looked for homes for quite a few months. They're obviously very difficult to find at this time. You know, there's a residential housing shortage, I would say. This house went on the market on a Saturday morning. There were 17 offers in on Sunday, and best and final offer was accepted on a Monday. I had to be very aggressive, and I paid a significant amount of money over the asking price for my house because that's how much I wanted to live in this neighborhood. In a neighborhood where my neighbors feed my dog, my neighbors bring me key lime pie, my neighbors call me and say, hey, you got a package on the porch. I just moved there, and these people treat me like I've been there for 50 years as well, and that means something. So I have a couple of houses in the neighborhood just so you can see kind of how well kept they are and what the neighbors think. Another one. Mine. And this is how well the property is being cared for right now. This is Damon's property. You probably can't see with the lights there. Basically, all the plants are dead and they threw some black covering over it. The palm fronds aren't cared for. So, you know, that's just really not consistent with the neighborhood we live in. People care about their homes, they care about their properties, and they care about each other. And hopefully you guys will care enough about us to stop this from happening. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to submit those into the record, when you sign in, you can hand them to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
clerk. Yes. All right, we had one more person. Good evening. You can bring that down. There you go.
Sorry. My name is Chelsea Tavares. I live at 6311 Brandon Circle. I'm opposed to the rezoning of 6013 Brandon Circle 21-0494. With regard to the zoning application, our concerns are many, including the fact that it would exacerbate an existing safety issue by introducing additional traffic using a blind turn in an active pedestrian and kid-centric neighborhood, exclusive access via a two-lane residential road instead of a major thoroughfare, additional runoff from a large and incompatible paved parking lot, a front sidewalk that only spans the property boundaries and is inconsistent with the existing properties, and more. And to be clear, this property, as you saw on the map, is inside our neighborhood with homes on its north and south sides and across the street. The commercial properties that were mentioned have access to major thoroughfares on both 301 and Bloomingdale and do not require access via Brandon Circle. Brandon Circle is full of long-term residents who've stayed put for decades, fully aware that it's a rare gem, as well as brand new residents who appreciate its charm and culture. People visit for the first time and leave in awe that such a neighborhood still exists today. And I have friends who regularly check in with me to find out if a home has gone up for sale. Not so they can put their businesses here and rezone, but to raise their families. I also have friends and families who've been searching for homes to purchase for well over 6 months, and my work in real estate confirms a similar trend, which calls attention to a much larger issue. Hillsborough County is and has been in a housing crisis. Why are we chipping away at housing stock to make room for commercial purposes when more appropriate locations exist? At a neighborhood meeting held by the applicant, when asked why he is choosing to rezone this home rather than find a location already zoned for his intended use, he mentioned the peace and tranquility, an appeal we understand considering we chose to live here. But further into the conversation, he told us that an already appropriately zoned commercial location would probably be too expensive. That additional expense isn't our cross to bear, and we should not be terraforming our neighborhood because it's a good deal for a business owner. At the same time, the applicant also mentioned his work supporting the community, which of course is very admirable, and his current location is already appropriately zoned for that endeavor. Our neighborhood is far from the only location from which he can continue to support the community and is definitely not an appropriate one. In the housing plan, Hillsborough County housing element, which complies with the future land use element, some things are mentioned in the executive summary, such as protecting the existing housing stock, demonstrating a commitment to eliminating identified and projected deficits in the housing supply. And a stated goal is to promote and assist in the provision of an ample housing supply within a broad range of types and price levels to meet current and projected housing needs so that all Hillsborough County residents have the opportunity to purchase or rent standard housing. I'm grateful that Hillsborough County officials are already aware of and working on solutions for existing housing deficiencies in various ways, including options like infill residential, which is a far more appropriate change for this property. The current rezoning effort is counterproductive. It does not protect the existing housing stock and works against their efforts.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Did you want to speak? Were you one of the, okay, absolutely. So 3 minutes. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Hughes. I live at 9910 Springway Drive. We moved to Brandon Circle recently after a lengthy home search, seeing dozens of homes in a climate well known now as a housing crisis. We fought to be in this neighborhood because what it has to offer is unique. Space and tranquility with younger growing families, as well as older families who have established the neighborhood with such care before us. So many who are sitting right behind me right now. It is so important, as my husband and I have an 18-month-old and another child on the way, that we can raise our growing family in this neighborhood the way it was when we purchased the home. Quiet and family-oriented with very minimal traffic. The precedent this rezoning would set completely changes that neighborhood atmosphere. For example, my family lives on one of the corners of Brandon Circle that is a very sharp turn, which would become dangerous when traffic increases due to this rezoning. I worry that my children won't be safe playing on our property or learning to ride their bikes on the streets around us. This business does not belong in our residential neighborhood. So I would like to say that my family opposes this application.
Thank you very much. If you could please sign in. All right, for anyone else, if you want to come up and just put your name and address into the record that you oppose, you're more than welcome to do that. And then if you could, when you're done, just sign in with the clerk's office so that we have you recorded.
Catherine Nance Patrick, 9507 Starlight Drive.
If you could, oh, okay, thank you. Will you please sign in and just pull this up? There you go, perfect.
Jody Shiver, 9508 Starlight Drive, Riverview, Florida.
Thank you so much.
William Hollish, 9603 Starlight Drive, Riverview, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Jean Hollish, 9603 Starlight Drive, Riverview.
Okay.
Nelson Merriman, 9605 Starlight Drive.
Thank you.
Vanessa Hernandez, 9621 Springbrook Drive.
Joshua Maloney, 6304 Brandon Circle, and I vehemently oppose this rezoning.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Jan Dunlap, and I live at 9606 Springbrook Drive, and I oppose this.
Thank you very much for coming. Good evening.
Lois Follow, 9505 Starlight Drive, Riverview, and I oppose this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gerald Bohm, 9505 Starlight Drive.
I oppose this sale.
Thank you, sir.
Anthony Hernandez, 9621 Springbrook Drive, and I also oppose it.
Thank you for coming.
Cheryl McDaniel, 6214 Brandon Circle, and I oppose.
Thank you.
Fari Alpo, 6307 Brandon Circle, Riverview, Florida.
Thank you, ma'am.
I strongly oppose that rezoning.
Thank you for coming.
Please save our community.
Joe Jones, 6202 Brandon Circle, Riverview.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, if you could please join the line to sign in.
Twyla Pena, 9605 Springbrook Drive, and I oppose.
Thank you, ma'am.
Frank Pena, 9605 Springbrook Drive. I oppose.
Thank you, sir.
Julie Sanchez, I have 2 young children in the neighborhood that run across the street, and I very seriously oppose this.
Could you give us your address, please?
6209 Brandon Circle.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Joseph Fudge, 6213 Brandon Circle, in opposition.
Thank you.
And Futch, 6213 Brandon Circle.
Thank you.
Annette Coffey, 6204 Brandon Circle. Very opposed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Eric Coffey, 6204 Brandon Circle.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chris Burns, opposed, along with my wife and 2 kids.
Sir, can you put your address, please?
Sure.
We need your,
Gracie Wooden, 6310 Brandon Circle. I'm opposed.
thank you, sir. Could you give us your address, please?
Sorry, 6212 Brandon Circle.
Thank you very much, sir.
Vaughn Ali, 9902 Springway Drive.
Sir,
Ricky Lee, 9906 Springway Drive.
thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Nanette Massey, 6214 Brandon Circle.
Thank you for coming down. All right,
I
so,
believe we do have one more person online.
okay. Oh, that's right, the person that called earlier.
Mike, go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, it's Mike Scholler again. And again, very strongly opposed to this rezoning. The counselor may have been more welcomed had he tried to duplex the home rather than try and make a commercial business out of it. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for waiting online. I appreciate it.
Thank
All
you,
right,
ma'am.
with that, we will close opposition testimony and we'll go back to county staff. Mr. Grady, anything further on this?
Nothing further.
All right. Mr. Kowalski, it's your time for rebuttal. You have 5 minutes.
I understand their opposition about the commercial, but I don't know if they realize, but there's already some commercial on Brandon Circle. It's not
Please, we cannot.
It's not
respond to
zoned.
him.
But it's, if you look on Google Maps, they're listed as a couple businesses already on Brandon Circle. There's a air conditioning company and a flower exotic plants company already on Brandon Circle. Again, I would recommend, and I checked on them. The exotic plants, I'm not sure about, but they're not listed, but the air conditioning company is actually incorporated and they're listed with the Division of Corporations. And they give that address as their principal address on Brandon Circle.
All right.
So somebody's already did this, but they're doing it illegally. We're trying to do it the right way. And we're trying to follow the rules. And like I said, we've done everything possible to try to low impact what we're proposing. I mean, I think a lot of the people there already have more traffic than we're going to be generating with this talk therapies practice. And we're trying to leave everything the way it is, so it's going to blend into the neighborhood. I'm not sure what else we could do to satisfy them. And it's, well,
All right,
your
does that
answers.
conclude your testimony?
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If you could please not comment to him directly, please, sir. All right, so with that, we're going to close rezoning. This is not the appropriate time at all, please. We're going to close rezoning PD 21-0494, and we're going to take a 3-minute break so that everybody can sign in before we move to the next case. You want to hand me another sheet from in there?
If we could have everyone exit who's not participating in the next hearings. Thank you. Attention, we are live in 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're going to resume the zoning hearing master hearing. Mr. Grady, please call the next case.
The next item is agenda item D10. It's rezoning to Plan Development 21-0507, the applicant Circle K Stores Incorporated. Again, it's rezoned two plan developments to a new plan development. Israel Monsanto will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I will note that this item will be heard at the 7:20 BOCC land use meeting. So this will be an expedited hearing review. Again, it would not change when you need to file your application. But again, I want to know for record, this will be heard at the 7:20 BOCC land use meeting.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here? Good evening. I don't think the microphone's on. If you press the button. Okay, thank you. There you go.
Jamie Mayer for the applicant from the law firm Hill Ward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700. I have been sworn way back at the beginning. And I also have with me Bowman Engineering, who are our civil engineers, and Steve Henry from Links and Associates, who is our traffic consultant. So I have a PowerPoint. Is it okay? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. First, I just want to say huge thanks to staff for all their diligence on this project. There was a few hiccups along the way in terms of the type of application we were doing, and so we had some confusion, but it's all straightened out, and staff has just been honestly fantastic. Next slide, please. So this site is an existing Circle K convenience store with a car wash and fueling pumps. The end result of this application is going to be a Circle K convenience store with a fueling pumps and a car wash. We're just changing the layout, and we are increasing the square footage of the convenience store and the car wash, and we're adding a 0.15 acre sliver of land from the adjacent shopping center plan development. So the reason we're doing this is to reconfigure the layout to greatly improve vehicular and pedestrian circulation and customer experience. You'll see on the site plan that I'll show you in a minute, it's going to be a lot better than what it is now. If you could, next slide, please. So this is from the staff report. So as you can see, on the left is the existing layout. The convenience store is a lot smaller, and it's in smack dab in the center of the PD. The car wash is to the bottom. The proposed site plan, as you can see, it's got a much more logical flow. The convenience store is a lot bigger, but it's out of the way, and the canopy is a lot easier to get around. Next slide, please. So for our new PD, we're sticking with, for the most part, CG standards, except for the ISR. We're asking for 75% over instead of 70%. And as you saw on the proposed site plan, the car wash is 8 feet away from Turner Road. The additional sliver of land that we're getting from the adjacent PD is to allow redevelopment of a drive aisle to improve the circulation. So that will benefit both our site as well as the adjacent property owner. We submitted a companion PRS to be heard concurrently at the BOCC hearing in July. We have to do that to take the little sliver out of the existing PD and put it into ours. We did run the numbers, and this is also in the staff report. The FAR for the shopping center PD will not be negatively impacted, so everything will still be good for that PD. Next slide, please. Surrounding area is a collection of PDs. It's very commercial in Carrollwood. As I said, it's next to an adjacent shopping center, and we have and will maintain cross access to the shopping center. Next slide, please. And we are requesting one variation from the landscape buffer along the driveway adjacent to the shopping center in order to accommodate ADA sidewalk requirements. However, there is existing landscaping that will provide an adequate buffer, and staff didn't have a problem with this variation. Next slide, please. This variation satisfies the criteria of the land development code. It allows for the creative and innovative development that's promoted by a planned development by allowing us to greatly improve circulation and adhere to ADA regulations. The existing landscaping and the benefit of the improved circulation outweighs the variation request. Next slide, please. We did have a variation request also originally to not provide the requisite off-street loading berth. However, we are removing that variation request. And so when we submit our site plan for certification, it's going to be a bubble plan. But since our conditions of approval already say we have to comply with parking and loading of the LDC, that's met because we are going to be doing that. Next slide, please. Development Services staff recommends approval subject to conditions, and Planning Commission staff found the application consistent. So we respectfully request a recommendation of approval. Now I'm going to hand it over to Steve Henry, our traffic engineer.
Ma'am, if you can come sign in, please.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We conducted a traffic analysis for the project, and we've also got 2 design exceptions and 2 administrative variances that have been deemed approvable by the county engineer. I'm happy to go through those at this late hour if you'd like me to walk you through those variances and design exceptions, or they are in the record, so it's up to you if you'd like to hear about those.
No, I've read them in the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation? All right, thank you. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Israel Monsanto Development Services. I will share my screen. Let me know when you see it.
You need to flip the screens? Perfect.
All right. Again, Israel Monsanto Development Services. I would like to point out a correction on the agenda for the site acreage. It should state 1.08 acres more or less, and the agenda says about 12 acres. So just for the record.
So what is the total?
1.08 more or less. That's the acreage, yes, of the subject site.
Thank you.
As the applicant stated, they seek to rezone a parcel and a portion of another one, both currently zoned planned development to a new PD to allow redevelopment of an existing Circle K gas station and automated car wash site. The proposed PD district will be approximately 1.8 acres in size and is located on the southeast corner of Elric Road and Turner Road in Tampa. The site is an out parcel of the West Village Commons Shopping Center in Carrollwood. The parcel is in the urban service area, and the proposed PD will consist again of a parcel which is zone 850433 and 0.16 acres more or less from a portion of another parcel which is zone PD 740004. The site is in the urban service area. The future land use of the site highlighted in pink on your screen is residential 4. The residential 4 area is represented in yellow in this map, and this allows a density of no more than 4 dwelling units per the acre for residential uses and up to 0.25 for the floor area ratio for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land uses, and the site is within the Carrollwood Community Plan. The area today generally consists of site zone plan development for commercial and office uses. Areas to the south and east are part of the West Village Commons Shopping Center. Parcel to the west across Turner Road is approved for a bank use on the west side of Turner Road. The site, as you can see on the aerial, is located on a commercial corridor of Elric Road, north of the site. Again, the request is to allow the current site on the left of the screen to redevelop and expand the current gas station, the graphic on your right. PD 850433, which is folio 1896.0380, received site plan approval in 1985 for a gas station. With this rezoning request, the allowable square footage of the convenience store use as set by PD 850433 would increase from 1,635 square feet to 5,200 square feet. And also, the car wash area would increase from 576 square feet to 1,262 square feet. And this is in order to retrofit the existing property with improved facilities. With improvements, again, there is an acquisition of 0.16 acres of folio 189600360 to the east, which is zone 740004, and this is as proposed in the submitted site plan. So this area here, this rectangle here, is the area that's being incorporated into the PD 85, and then this is the current PD. The applicant has requested PD variation from LDC 60600 buffer from vehicular use areas along the east. The request is to eliminate a landscape buffer and plantings on the east. And this is this area along the PD boundary to the east. And this is located along the driveway to the shopping center located adjacent to the east of the subject site. The applicant states that for the minimum landscape buffer, as this site is working to accommodate ADA route requirements along the eastern property line, the site will be positioned within the landscape buffer. The site is required to provide a sidewalk connection where none exists today to provide a safe pedestrian connection, and there will be a landscape buffer provided on the adjacent PD to the east, which is a small area of green, of grass area here. The justification statement submitted by the applicant for the variation meet the criteria for approval per the LDC sections 50306C6. Your recommendation, hearing master, is for this application is required to include a finding on whether the requested variations meet the criteria of approval. The applicant has requested, as stated, another PD variation for the loading space standards, which was reviewed by transportation staff, but this request was not found approvable by staff, and the applicant has indicated that the site will meet code requirements for the loading space location. Transportation staff has also reviewed administrative variances and design exceptions for road improvement and has found them approvable. The area surrounding the site consists today of a variety of commercial uses. The proposed request to expand existing use is compatible with other uses typically found in commercial corridors. The proposed development standards are comparable to commercial uses in the immediate area. The FAR of the site would be 0.11, which is below the maximum of 0.25 contemplated in the future land use and also below nearby commercial districts. The site will be limited to the current use approved today, which is the gas with the convenience store with gas pumps and automated car wash, and will be up to 6,462 square feet of building size, subject to commercial general standards and also per the proposed development plan. Parking requirements will be subject to the Land Development Code. No objections were received by other reviewing agencies, and therefore, based on all these considerations, the staff recommends approval with these conditions. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Carewood Northdale community planning area. The proposed request is consistent with the residential 4 future land use classification. The proposed rezoning would complement the surrounding land uses and is therefore consistent with Objective 16, Policy 16.1, Policy 16.2, and Policy 16.3 of the future land use element. The proposed rezoning is also consistent with Policy 16.5 of the future land use element, which calls for higher intensity development along arterials and collector roadways. The site is located off the commercial node of Turner Road and Ehrlich Road, both arterial roadways, and meets commercial locational criteria as per Objective 22 of the future land use element. The increase in square footage is consistent with the maximum intensities that can be considered on the sites. The Carewood Northdale Community Plan encourages mixed-use development and redevelopment at intersections that comply with commercial locational criteria and at the specific node of the intersection of Turner Road and Ehrlich Road. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Is there anyone that wants to speak in support? Anyone in favor of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? No one. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Pam, do you have anything else you'd like to add? All right. And with that, we'll close rezoning PD 21-0507 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D12, major mod application 21-0559. The applicant is Bricklemeyer Law Group. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tanya Chapella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Clayton Bricklemeyer Law Group, 4427 West Kennedy Boulevard. Similar to my earlier presentation, we are happy with the reports here, and I'm available for any questions. We would request your approval.
No questions at this time, but
Thank
thank you. Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chapella, Hillsborough County Development Services. I'll be sharing my screen. The property associated with major modification 210559 is the subject of a future land use designation flex from Res 9 to MU 20. The UMU 20 future land use permit consideration of residential densities up to a maximum density of 20 units per acre and non-residential intensities of a maximum 1 FAR. The surrounding FLU categories to the north, to the south, and the west are comprised by UMU 20, which allows a density of 20 dwelling units per acre and 1 FAR. The CMU 12 future land use category allows for up to 12 dwelling units per acre to the south, and Res 9 to the west, which allows up to 9 dwelling units per acre. The subject rezoning parcel is located in Causeway Boulevard, about 700 feet to the west of the intersection with 301 Highway in the Palm River area. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of we have PD 1914-45 to the north and east, which allows for commercial intensive, retail, office, and hotel uses. We have PD 160915 and PD 890051 to the south, approved for multifamily uses. We also have another PD approved for business park, industry, mini warehouse, contractor's office, and office. This one is to the west of the subject property. So the applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 062105. The original approved plan development allowed self-storage and ancillary open storage. The applicant is requesting to modify the existing zoning to replace the open storage with closed storage for a total of approximately 132,000 square feet of mini warehouse uses. The project entails an FAR increase from 0.5 FAR to 0.6 FAR. Since the maximum FAR permitted in the Res 9 is 0.47, the applicant had to request a flex to the UMU 20 future land use category. So based on the UM 20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed use and development standards for the major modification 210559 zoning district, staff finds the request is approvable. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 9 future land use classification. However, the applicant is requesting a flex of the urban mixed use 20. The flex can be relocated a maximum of 500 feet within the subject site, which will cover the site in its entirety. The site currently contains a little over 102,000 square feet of self-storage uses. With the proposed flex, the applicant can be considered for an additional a little over 98,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The proposed land uses and intensity of development are compatible with the existing development pattern in the area. For this reason, Planning Commission staff has determined that the request meets the intent of policy 7.3 and 7.4 and recommends that the Board of County Commissioners approve the flex requests. The commercial development in proximity to the site includes small strip centers, used car dealerships, automotive repair shops, and other similar uses, making this request consistent with policies 1.4, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. The rezoning is also consistent with the Greater Palm River Area Community Plan. The rezoning promotes and provides an opportunity for infill development that is compatible with the existing development pattern in the area, which is consistent with the community plan vision. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds proposed rezoning consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now we'll call for anyone that wants to speak in support or in opposition. Don't think so. All right. Seeing none. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Brickmeyer?
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, then we'll close major modification 21-0559 and go to the last case.
The last item is agenda item D13, major mod application 21-0561. The applicant is Berry Red Farms LLC. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation at the presentation by the applicant.
The applicant is online.
Good evening again, zoning hearing master. Yes, I am online.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm gonna like to share my screen.
Go ahead.
This request is a major modification to the existing mobile home park for farm worker housing. The location of the site is just south of Durant and east of Turkey Creek on Roebuck Road. The site is located within a mile of multiple existing farms and very suitable for the request. The previous mobile home park, or the existing mobile home park, I guess, is there with the request. It was done in '92 for this mobile home park is for 8 total units. The setback noted on this is 25 feet to the property line, which is noted in condition 3, and they're shown on the left side, blown up to 25 foot from the park boundaries. The proposed request is for the farm worker housing, so it does have the additional units. We're requesting that 25 feet previously approved be maintained with this request. And the reason for that is the need for where the potable well and the septic field needs to be provided on the project site. What we're showing here is the locations taken from GIS of the adjacent well and septic elements. The radiuses that are in green are the required radiuses from those septic systems. So the highlighted area in blue is really the only area on the site that is available for the well. So once we've identified that and limited the site to that design, and the blue circle that's surrounding that well is showing the 200-foot protected radius from the new well. That then also on the south end of the site, there's two 75-foot protected radiuses from adjacent wells for the septic area. And so the area in green is the limited area that we have for providing the septic system. So these two elements are driving the site more than they normally would. And for that reason, that general orientation of the layout follows again along the existing mobile home park. However, we provided a greater front yard setback because we were able to driven by this septic as shown here.
Could you please give your name and address for the record?
Oh, I apologize. Chris McNeil, McNeil Engineering, 15957 North Florida Avenue, Lutz, Florida.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proposed site plan also provides the need for the emergency medical turnaround here, centrally located on the site. Also, per the code, the dustless drive and conformance with that. Additionally, I wanted to call out just the buffering that we had worked through with staff and screening, that we were providing a 10-foot type B buffer surrounding the site to give us additional screening necessary for the adjacent properties. Last, I'd like to just note down here on the south side, there is part of the property that does extend out into the right of way that as part of this project, we intend to dedicate to the county for use of right of way. That concludes the presentation. If you have any questions for us.
No questions at this time, but thank you very much. Development Services.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Heinrich. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And hopefully you're able to see that.
We are.
Great. This is Major Mod Application 21-0561. This is a 2.32 acre site in the East Rural area of Hillsborough County, and it is located on the north side of Roebuck Road. The site is currently approved for a PD that was actually done during zoning conformance that recognized a previous NCU for an 8-space mobile home park. Under this major mod, the applicant seeks to allow farm worker housing as at the permitted maximum density of 8 units per acre. And if not renewed for farm worker housing as required by the code, AS1 zoning district uses would be permitted. The existing entitlements would not be carried over. The request does also include a waiver to the required setbacks of 50 feet down to 25 feet along the north, west, and east boundaries, and that's for the farm worker housing. The site is located in the Res 1 future land use category, which allows for a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. This category designates areas of the county intended for agricultural and low-density residential uses. The general area is developed with residential and agricultural uses. Residential development consists of primarily 1 acre lots or larger in a rural development pattern. Smaller lots, approximately a ½ acre in size, are present, which were likely created prior to the comp plan category of Res 1 being placed on the area. Also in the area is large area agricultural uses such as pastures and farms. On the screen now is the proposed site plan, which shows the location of the farm worker housing units and related site improvements. When and if the use is not, or the parcel is not used for the farm worker housing as stated, AS1 zoning district uses and development standards would be permitted. In line with the waiver request, you'll see a 25-foot setback to the north, west, and east, and then a 100-foot setback to the south. To mitigate for the reduced setback, the applicant proposes a 6-foot high fence and tree plantings within a 10-foot wide buffer, and those tree plantings will also be carried along the south. The only access, as shown on the plan, is along Roebuck Road. Staff's review of the application found the proposal is in a location that is appropriate and supportive of the area's agricultural uses. Per the applicant, the setback waiver is necessary due to the limited location available on the site due to the septic system placement in the southern area of the site. This restricts the full use of the parcel and inability to meet the 50-foot setback for all 17 units. Maximizing the allowed density is proposed to serve the area's farms and nearby housing. To mitigate for the reduced setback, the applicant has proposed enhanced screening with an increased setback along the south. Lastly, both the applicant and staff note the existing setbacks of the adjacent residential from the common property boundaries do provide for significant separation between the uses. Due to these factors, staff does not object to the waiver request. Also, staff did not receive any objections from reviewing agencies, and the proposal was found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Therefore, staff does recommend approval subject to conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 1 future land use classification within the rural area, and it's not located within a community planning area. The proposed use for farm worker housing is consistent with the residential 1 future land use classification, which is intended for farms, ranches, residential uses, rural scale neighborhood commercial uses, office, and multi-purpose projects. Per objective 4 of the future land use element, the rural area is for agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses. Farm worker housing would be consistent with this policy direction. Policy 16.2 requires gradual transition of intensities between different land uses. Requires gradual transition of intensities between different land uses be provided for as new development is proposed through the use of professional site planning techniques. The proposed buffering and screening would be consistent with this policy direction of policy 16.2 of the future land use element. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now we'll call for anyone that wants to speak in favor or against this application. In the room, anyone online? Okay. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. McNeil, you get the last word.
Thank you. Just a couple things to note before we close up. One, that this has been in use as a mobile home park since 1992. So being a similar use, we felt this is also a good fit. Secondly, the existing landscape, I forgot to note, there's quite a bit of existing landscape on the frontage, and we wanted to make sure that the proposed landscaping, if the existing can be supplemental, that we would be able to use that to with the proposed, so we're not cutting down trees if we don't need to. And I believe that we noted that with staff, but I failed to mention it. And third, no calls, no emails, no opposition of any kind that we've reported. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and testimony. I appreciate it. We'll close major modification 21-0561 and adjourn the hearing for the evening. Thank you all.
Good night.